and eventually mtu atakuwa atakufutia miguu. You will be the poorest people in this country, and these people will take advantage of that, and they will rule us, and their children will come and rule us, and their children will come and rule our children and our children. Can we stand up for what we know now? And can you stand up, even if not for anything else, stand up for yourself, for your medical? Know that your medical is very key. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry for being very furious. Anyone who feels that I've just asked them, I really want to apologize, but I am not apologetic to anything that I've said. I've said once and again, whoever thinks that they need to arrest me, let them come and arrest me. I better die in prison fighting for my rights rather than remaining free and serving this country as I watch. Thank you so much, guys. And may God bless us. Let's stand up and move out for ourselves. Let's move out there. Let's meet all the union leaders. Let's join hands together as a nation, and we go out there and tell these people no. And we are how to say we do not take this any longer. Thank you so much, and may God bless us.
Thank you so much, Josephine. And that anger, you don't have to be apologetic to anyone. It's your right. You're the one who is being oppressed. You're the one who is going through this. You're the one who is your payslip is going to be deducted. Your privacy, your data has been shared. You know, that app is actually not secure at all. Not secure. Let me ask you, if our data is being shared like this, are we secure anywhere? It means that hata ukifanyeko nini, utatresiwa tu direct nini. Like, I'm so mad. I'm literally mad. Let me tell you this. They have what about, I was thinking, if they, where didn't they do typing error? They lose the names from NHIF and they get lost on the way while transferring to the SHA. But when typing 360 million is able to get lost, inapotea. Nobody is talking about that. Like, this country, we don't have a say anymore. Our voices, they don't matter. So we need to go to the streets. This is the only language they understand. I think even if it means to burn down the parliament now, we gotta do it. Enough is enough. This parliament is the one which these punitive bills and bullshit they are introduced and passed. They don't think about people outside, if they are oppressed, if they can withstand, if they can do or they can't. They're just thinking about the benefits they're gonna acquire from these things they are passing. For Christ's sake, mtu hata wa ushago hata ajui shasho shini nini. Let me ask you this. You don't have you've been transferred, ulikuwa na NHIF card ndo ulikuwa unatumia. So what about na NHIF number? What about SHIF SHA whatever? Utapewa kadi ingine? No. Kuna like no. And they have the audacity. I've just seen like ati walifanya nini? Ati CS of Sports spend 1 billion to hire UON consultants. Yani 1 billion. Wanatuwekea madeni kila kona, left right center, sijui wapi. Next tunaintroduciwa bill ya kupumua. Wase tutakuwa tunalipa hewa, tunalipia tax. Pali imeenda sasa, because honestly our opinions, they don't matter. And even if they want us to do a public participation, nothing, carry it on, please.
Hi everyone. First of all, I want to salute our comrades that we've lost on the way. I want to salute the ones that are injured, and I want to salute every Kenyan. Being a Kenyan is so difficult lately because we're no longer under democracy. This is a tyranny. I've listened to Josephine, whom I once shared a space with, I think it was a Christian space. And the Josephine then and the Josephine now is two different people. But Josephine, it's not your fault. The night Morara was arrested, I was here barking at people. In fact, yesterday I co-hosted with KOT, but I could not even speak because I was still angry from that day. Now, I want you guys to understand. First, I'll respond to something a lady said, but first I want you to understand that you've not been migrated from SHIF, from NHIF to SHIF. They have just replaced the name NHIF with this SHIF SHA what. And this, I need you to look at it from a broader perspective. The interest here is the money that was already in NHIF and the resources under NHIF. Remember that building for NHIF is owned by NHIF. So when you bring in a new platform, do you transfer the resources to that platform? So the theft that is going on in the country is at an astronomical scale. It's not even about replacing cards, because that can be a lot easier and cheaper. What I've learned since this movement started is, when you see an issue, don't start addressing it where you are. Take steps back. You will find where the rot is. And today, when I was digging up the issue of, not today, when this issue of SHIF started, I started digging backwards. And there's this time, Oscar Sudi had been arrested, and he turned up in a law court here in Nakuru in a white Range Rover. The charges at that point was about NHIF money. Turned out one of his wife worked there, and he would get funds transferred from NHIF to a legal firm, and this money used to be purported to support people who are going for treatment abroad to India. So by the time these guys are doing these shenanigans of transferring NHIF to SHIF, it tells you the money that existed in NHIF, we have lost it in totality. David D said that they're going to leave this country as corrupt as they found it. The SHIF, Senator Onyonka, I believe, showed CR12 that indicate that the owner, the SHIF is registered under Mwenda who is David's D wife. So it's no longer a national asset. It is in the hands of private people. Another thing on this SHIF thing, why are they messing up with the healthcare system of a country, which is part of the basic needs? Government is going down. Initially, when I look backward, and I'm very frustrated because it's so difficult being Kenyan every minute. Initially, if change had come, we would not be united. People would be looking backwards like, oh, maybe if we gave him a chance, he would have. These people are destroying the nation at an alarming speed that there is nobody who will ever wish that they came back. So as I look at this, and I keep saying it's a spiritual battle, I know this government is going down. I know they can abuse the constitution, they can abuse the law, but they can never bribe God. So whatever happens, I don't know in how long, but this government will go down without a doubt. You cannot walk on the graves of people, on people's blood, and destroy literally everything you ever found working. They explained that the reason why they had to move from NHIF is because the system was an issue, which I greatly disagree. If the system was the issue, they said they needed 104 billion to invest in that system to transfer people data to this particular new platform. But 104 billion would be a very good hospital with all the facilities that we require and fully furnished. So there's no interest of a common mwananchi if a system, a useless system, yet we have Kenyans who are IT gurus, who are doing very well, even back at home and in the diaspora. If they're going to splash that kind of money on a system, it's also this government doesn't have their priority right. And it's not that they don't. Their agenda is one, to destroy the nation. But the good thing is they are cutting the tree they are on. Because when it falls, their fall will be so loud, there'll be nobody to sympathize with them. There's going to be absolutely no one to sympathize with them. Because the chaos in the education sector, health sector, the farming, there's nothing that is spared. Now, I had highlighted the other day that we need a structure, and the kind of structure we need to know which platform are going to run, whether it's with agriculture and livestock, healthcare, education, different things that these people are messing up with, so that Kenyans stop feeling overwhelmed by the information they are receiving. If someone is passionate about agriculture and want to explain it to a farmer, they can align themselves with that side. And then once in a while, we can combine the spaces and have much, much bigger spaces, so that we can share. We can have maybe the legal department educate us on the petitions in court, the agriculture guys educate us on what this punitive bills they are trying to pass mean, and that apply to every other side, because I feel like this country is heading to a, a collapse, and they don't care. They really don't care, because their mode operandi is, we're going to be threatened, a few lives will be lost, and that's why I don't fully advocate on what the lady who was saying. Where we need to go, we need to understand, like, all these things that are meant for our country back, even if it doesn't look like that. I think we are very, very close. When you look at how determined they are, painful. Like I was telling people, the night they arrested Morara, a lot of people didn't sleep. Grandparents were on their knees praying for this young man. Of these people, we should go to the street. Let's go to the street when we want to pass a severe message. There are so many other things. We need to get a grasp of the ground, so that the people on the ground, we know we have foot soldiers, people who can consolidate. Listening to people in spaces, and some people honestly are you can tell a young person, and so many of us who we were not freedom fighters, so we don't know. Nobody should come and guilt trip us. Oh, we don't know. Yes, we do. What did they do? They left us a country that is the that is hurting people. So nobody should come and guilt trip us here. Nobody It's because people died. Someone buried with the funding, university funding. So we need and walk with our ears on the ground and with our eyes protected areas. There was a reason for that. She still don't, because of the as far that we will fail so many times, but we are failing forward. Really been of help to the movement. We need teams of lawyers to really go to court and say, why is a private entity operating such a critical aspect of healthcare? And number two, doesn't matter where you go, Kenya is home. Because I've realized this thing is getting very personal every single day. So let's support each other. Let's support KOT. It bugs me when we come here and I can't see your number up there. We need to support KOT. Like I said, he's a student trying to run the space. I
Thank you so much, Nadine. And guys, unity is where I keep singing unity together.
What she was trying to say is that okay, welcome, Rudy.
Only 7 us work out. We had unity, all of us together in
Yes, it's Jackson, but I've changed the name. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia, go ahead.
Sikia? Okay. In my perspective, with me, I think this is a big tufikie hapo kwa kubadilika mengine ambayo yanafinya, but it seems hatufinywi. Kuna mambo ya elimu, kuna mambo ya everywhere, kwa sababu kuna dhulma kama that the issue in Mombasa na vitu kama hizo. So kama kila mtu anasikia hiyo kufinywa, then I think it's the right time tuende barabarani, and for the kama hiyo ya Omkia Omtata vile anachukua hatua, naona ingekuwa vizuri pia wengine wangechukua hatua mahali, manake hata kama hiyo mahakama naona haifanyi kazi vizuri, hiyo mahakama pia haifanyi kazi vizuri. Saa hii wamebadilishwa, wanaangalia mambo ya impeachment, so wamebadilika, yani they want to take us where they want to, na si vizuri. Wanataka kubadilisha hisia zetu tuangalie hayo mambo, na hayo mambo hayatuhusu. In fact mi nimebadilika kabisa, sitaki kuangalia hizo news kwa sababu this is nonsense they are doing to us. So mimi nataka tu tufikirie how much money has been wasted, hiyo collection ya kila mwezi ya NHIF, hizo pesa zinaenda wapi? Because it's a lot of money. Na kama wanabadilisha and they tell us that there was kulikuwa kuna sijui deni, na every day they collect money. Sasa kama kila siku wanachukua pesa wanakata wale ambao ni wa mishahara na kuna wale ambao wanalipa kibinafsi, this is a lot of money. Hiyo mambo ya NSSF, I think it's a big scam also. Kwa hivyo I tend to think wananchi bado hawajakasirika. Hiyo civil education iwe inafanyika, because there is this channel here WhatsApp hii, tumeni habari, because with me I can't do it, lakini for those who can do it, tumeni hizo habari. If there is any information you just send it and I will take part in the public participation. Hiyo ndio niko nayo, asante.
Thank you so much. Naona there is a lady that has posted kwa comment section, I don't know how true is that information, that Wakili Okia Omtata has been denied a court order to stop the SHIF. There is a lady called Modern. I don't know whether that information is authentic. Could you kindly please come to the speaker and share with us? Yeah. Then Victoria alikuwa anasema let's share the space so that we can have as many Kenyans joining in, so that we can be able to dwell on this issue wakati tukitafuta solution. So please, everyone on the speakers, wale ambao mko listeners, even those anonymous, please share the space. I think naona Xavier, you are raising your hand. Xavier.
Sorry. Thank you, Fabish. Yote yamesemwa na Toria, yamesemwa na nothing KE. Everything I wanted to say has been said. I had been here before, and I agree with those ladies 100%. We need to go to the street. No other solution. Thank you. I'm off to the farm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I'll be listening. I'll be listening.
Okay. Daughter of the mountain.
Here I am. It's not Mount, and it's not the Murima we are talking about.
Oh, it's not the Murima.
No, I don't conform to that nonsense. I'm just a lady from Mount Kenya, born and bred.
Very good, daughter of the soil. Okay,
So
carry on.
allow me to just mention a few points. Yeah. the other day, of context is, I think government already knows just how much information is being sold or solicited from Twitter.
Yes.
So I think the best thing we can do now is I saw a lot of uproar from TikTok when Morana was arrested. And I think this government in check, people in check, is not to be predictable, because the moment we are predictable, we give them a space to counter us. Even as we speak right now, I know and we all know that there are government bloggers and then the government agents who have been sent to infiltrate this meeting, get to know what people are saying. So even as we talk about SHA and how to counter it, it's important to note that before we counter anything, there are people here who have been, agents, Kamati Rombaya, they have been sent to counter whatever we try to do. So, like my other speakers have mentioned, first and most important thing is to disseminate information on what exactly the government is trying to do with this chat. In the villages and in the informal areas where people might not necessarily have the luxury of information like we do, especially when we are in the metropolitan areas. And so when you tell someone, and these are people who have been paying NHIF and they have not been getting services, because we know they have not been getting services. If you've been paying NHIF for your parents or your dependents, you know that if you go to a government hospital, the only thing that card used to pay is consultation. When it comes to labs, when it comes to drugs, when it comes to tests, NHIF, it was always you're not covered. If it's inpatient, they would only tell you you are covered only for the bed. Now, when you look at this, what they are calling bans, in terms of NHIF, what they've done is they have moved it from being NHIF is paying these services and then you pay the others to NHIF with, this SHA thing will pay what they want. Basically, they have told us we don't care whether you can afford to pay or not. We will pay what we feel you deserve. So they are not even giving you the freedom of, if it's government hospitals, everybody has one. We are on the same band to pay. This time round, they are categorizing us so that if I'm employed and I'm paying 2.75%, I have a private employer. This private employer will most likely give me a private medical cover. So there is a way they are able to integrate the two. And so the most likely thing, especially for people who have employment, is they will always end up in private hospitals because of this employer's card. It has better terms, So now what happens moving forward is that if you go with this private insurance to a private hospital, you are most likely not going to receive all the services you'll be sent at government level, and vice versa, so that whatever you've been experiencing with SHIF will now be 2 times worse. Now you can imagine for patients who are undergoing chemotherapy, especially, you are being told that if you are going to KU, for instance, or Kenyatta for your chemotherapy, or even Kijabe for your chemotherapy with NHIF, and they were paying the full amount for maybe 6-7 sessions, now they'll be like, we will pay all the sessions, but per session, we will pay this percentage and you will top up the other percentage. So it looks like you're benefiting, but in real sense, the government is benefiting more. So how they have categorized this thing is, the assumption is, out of maybe say those who are getting 2.75% cut from the specialist, out of every 100,000 Kenyans, out of the 100,000 Kenyans who are being deducted, maybe 10 will get sick on average and go to a government hospital. So what happens to the other 990,000? The other 90,000 are those funds. Those ones are being bundled up together. And when they are bundled up together and there is no accountability being asked from the government, then that money goes into people's pockets. Because I remember they mentioned, and they were very clear when someone asked what happens because if someone does not register to SHA and I'm already in HIF. And they responded and they said nobody will be registered without their consent to SHA. if you, even if you're in NHIF. But I think today almost the whole country, everybody has, if you have ever registered for NHIF, whether or not you are paying, everybody has been migrated. So the only way to fight them is to join them. Actually, if you can't, the only, and this is what I mean, that they're trying to tell the villagers that dial *147#, then continue with that. But our responsibility is to tell these people, before you dial that and register yourself, ask questions. Ask that chief questions. If you know very well that you transact, they have a way to track. If you know very well that you transact via M-Pesa, or there's a way they will be deducting money, because we will soon find out, then limit those cards. So if they think that they're going to get this money by force, or by under duress, because you've already been shifted, then we give them a surprise of their time. And because they're using Safaricom as the provider of the system, which again is another source of bullshit, because why, if the country does not have money, and that is the biggest problem you're facing, if the country, they are saying they don't have enough money for services and for health, and that's why we are moving to SHA, why are they getting 108 billion for a new system? If already the NHIF system was working, it just needs to be corrected. Why are they getting 108 billion to restructure a new system? So this is what we call budgeted corruption. And that is exactly what has been going on. And this is the reason why they have given us, is it 27 things that they are looking to table in parliament as in the new referendum, that we are woke. They know we are woke. So the only way to keep us in check is to keep us distracted, left, right, and center. And I like the previous speaker who has said that we need to be targeted and be specific, and say this group of people, they'll deal with agriculture. There is a certain group of people that watajitolea, they deal with health. The others, they deal with infrastructure. The others, they deal with public service, education, water and sanitation. Like, if we have very targeted way of attacking these people, and not looking up to one person to, oh, you have not tabled a bill, you have not gone to court, it doesn't even take much. If what walichangia Morara over 1 million to get his money, get his car, I think we can contribute enough to table this bill, to take these matters to court, to the High Court of Kenya. Because if they have more than 1, 2, 3, 4, they cannot reject all of them. Omtata's petition maybe has been rejected. If we have 3, 4, 5 more people tabling the same to the High Court, hawezi reject zote. If the High Court does not go to Supreme go to your local court. Like, they cannot deny all of them. There will be need. So if only we can get people who say, yes, I am willing to take this war, and I'm willing to go all the way. Kenyans are of goodwill. And one thing I've noted from Kenyans is, as long as you're genuine with a good cause, people will actually give you support financially, resources, prayers, that push, you're doing okay. And that's all we need. There's someone, by the way, they probably don't even need that money. They probably even have a law firm. They just need that oomph to be told, no, we are behind you. Petition this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 20 Kenyans will join us there as the people who are petitioning with you against the government. So if we go in that direction, then we'll be fighting them in their own game. Other than every time tunakuja na kifua, they will always outnumber and outpower us, and especially outpowering us, because they have the weapons. They have the weapons, and they have the machinery, and they have the resources. And that's why even if you go, you see people we keep wondering how they keep abducting people who go to maandamano. But they have a way to triangulate and get us and get, those, if it's phone numbers, wanapata zile simu zilikuwa kwa hiyo area, or people who are walikuwa naandamana, and they track you to that phone to where you are. Kenya has those systems. So the only way to fight them is through their own game. And at the end of the day, like Rongiri has said, they don't care. They have killed before. They don't care if they will kill. But then at the end of the day, no freedom was bought without going to war. And it's like they are trying us. They are tabling. Kimani Ichung'wah was saying that they need to table another bill whereby every time they are passing a bill or they are discussing issues in regards to whatever it is they want, they need the parliament surrounded by security. What does that tell you? They already bought the fear. You know, roles are reversing if you think about it. Now we are no longer the ones in fear. They are the ones who are in fear because now they want to be protected because they think, you know, us with our water bottle phone and a flag, we are a threat to them when they are passing a bill to impeach Gashagwa, when they are passing a motion to extend their term of life, and they have not even done anything in their constituencies, you know. So it's imperative that we understand we are the ones who have that power. And every time they will keep selling us that fear because they know at the end of the day, we cannot fight back with the same magnitude they will fight back, they will fight us with. So the moment we understand that and we know where to hit, it would be very easy. You know, this is the fourth time Ibrahim Traore has been, they have, assassination has been attempted. It was just last week that the fourth time his assassination has been attempted. That tells you that he's doing something right. He's doing something right. And whether they in our country they impeach Gachagua or Ruto or wherever or even themselves, they will not stop this greed. And you know, this unfathomable greed of wanting to take everything, whereas they have the time. And that's why they're extending the timeline because they know they will not come back. 98% of these members of parliament and women rep and governors, they know they are not coming back. You know, ask yourself, while we are in the middle of impeaching a deputy president, why are people impeaching a governor? MCs are impeaching a governor. Like the distractions are so many that we don't know where to fight. And so we are all over. It's Mombasa, the case of Bruce. We are trying to fight for justice for him. Before even that happens, Morara is arrested. Before that happens, impeachment is ongoing. Before that happens, you know, there is so many things that are happening at the same time. And it's not a coincidence that they're happening pamoja. Someone is pushing the agenda. Keep these people busy. When you keep these people busy, at the end of the day, they're like nobody will listen to them anymore because everybody is saying everything. So if we are having 10 hashtags that are go, we cannot be heard. But if we pull resources and decide, you know what, with reject SHA, na tuamue we are rejecting SHA mpaka ikataliwe, it will happen. After that, tuamue we are going for the governor of Mombasa, impeach, you know, or hold him to justice, because it's unbelievable that I'm almost concluding. It's unbelievable that you will never have a politician who has been tried and jailed for their crimes. It's always there is no evidence. And our Kenyan laws are very unfair because you are innocent until proven guilty. You know someone is guilty. You know they know you are guilty. They know we know they are guilty, but they will always have resources to avert that. Nobody will ever see them guilty. So until we get into a system where people are held responsible and people in power, because they will jail, like that controversy discussion, they will jail a 17-year-old boy for having, you know, sex with that 17-year-old girl who gets pregnant. He's jailed for 30 years. But they will not touch a politician who shot someone live on camera, you know, and the DJ is now paralyzed too late. And for some reason, we all forgot about that incident. And now Babu Owino is people's favorite character. You know, he's the fighter of the people, you know. But that neighbor of yours, mwenye alishikwa ameiba baiskeli ya mtu amefungwa 15 years. Like, there's no justice for the poor. It is so sad. And it is not a unique situation in Kenya. It is something that has poisoned the entire continent in Africa. You are an activist, hivi kidogo kidogo, you have been arrested, you have been abducted, you have been tortured, they have tormented you. You know, Joshua Okayo is still suffering and recovering from what they did to him. So you can imagine, once they know that they can sell that to us, then where do we stand? So I wish we can, and it's important people to align. You know, if you know very well that you're good in a certain sector, like if you know you have a group of say doctors, and you guys can push the agenda of Stop SHA, join them. If you know you have a group of engineers and you can do something towards infrastructure, join them. If you are in hospitality and you can work in that space, let us join hands and fight this thing as a team. Because if I trend the hashtag, you know, reject SHA, and someone else is trending Ruto must go, the other one is trending justice for Bruce, the other one is trending, you know, Kenya ni home, we will never have one voice. and of course they win at the end of the day. So if we can have people join hands together, tuambiane tu ukweli, and inbox if you have to. Like if I'm inboxing, you know, like Fabish, if I'm inboxing you, nikwambia, where are you strong at? What information do you have, or what knowledge do you have that we can join together and pull people in that space, and then we can be able to fight that pamoja. It will be so easy to actually have targeted attack on this government, and by the time they realize it, it is so strong that they're also running around trying to break up all these agendas without necessarily knowing where to break. You know. Thank you, and I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. You have spoken a lot of points. Yes, even me have been, of that opinion that we need to form a shadow, alternative governance so that we have people that they are special in every field, in every sector, and we'll be able to unearth what is happening, in those spaces. Now the information that we have is that Okia Omtata petition has been rejected, and I think they will go back again on 10th. But I don't know, 10th supposed to be holiday. I don't know whether courts are operating. So, but the bottom line is it has been rejected. I am not a lawyer. I requested if there is a lawyer here, we need to hear, from the point of law so that we know whether you can, take the same case to different courts. Because I think how judiciary operates is that when you file a case in a particular court, you cannot file the same in another court until the other court determine, that case or adjudicate to another court. And in another breaking news is that Okia Omtata and our comrade Casmuel, they now have taken another course that they want, to rally for civil disobedience, where Kenyans should stop paying the taxes, because we cannot be paying our taxes that we know they are going to be misused or going to benefit few individuals. So that is what is happening now. Okia Omtata has declared alongside Samuel that, they are going now to rally Kenyans to go what we call civil disobedience, which it is refused to pay the taxes. Okay, I see nothing. Your hand is up, and then I obey.
Just a minute, Fabish, and I think Daughter is the one who was talking, and I want to see this like, yeah, we've been having unity, but the problem is that we are not coordinating the way it should be coordinated. The moment we were pushing the hashtag for free Morara, we joined our forces and we all went to one place. That's where we camped. We had one topic. If we decide today it's reject SHIF, let's help spread the word to the wool treater. Whoever wants to join us, let's all camp in one place. We keep pushing. That's how we're going to amplify this force, and our voices will be heard. And I want to urge Kenyans of goodwill, true patriots, let's support His Excellency or Honorable Okia Omtata. What he's about to do, I think it's gonna help Kenyans in a way. Yeah, even though he's going to tell people not to pay tax, it will be a mode of civic education, and also trying to help people understand the reasons why they will not be paying this tax. I think if we can't approach this thing in a judicial way or through the court or whatever, then we do other way that is almost the same but has impact on whatever we are tackling. I think it works, and I have full support personally on Okia Omtata, and the rest, whoever is for the cause, I support you. Let's not fight each other. Let's focus. Please, let's not lose focus. We have a lot to tackle as a country. We have SHIF SHA, we have Adani, we have this, we have that. Don't forget now, as we are talking, nobody's talking about justice for Bruce. It doesn't mean that it has never happened before. This is the only person who gained that courage to come ahead and talk it out. So guys, let's support him. Let's help him gain justice. I hope we could hold a space for a whole night trying to seek for justice for him. It will be so good. We have also another other comrades who have been abducted, have gone missing for long. Please, let's not assume them. They are one of us. We are brothers and sisters, guys. Let's try and hata kama ni kuhold space, kama leo ni justice for Bruce, we do that. Kama kesho ni like the MP Yusuf Ahmud ama anaitwaje, yeah, that nigga has been missing for more than almost 25 days now. Nobody's pushing that, guys. Please be your brother's keeper. Leo ni yeye, kesho ni mimi, kesho hiyo ingine ni KOT. Who will give a shout out to me if we don't check up on each other? Let's do that, please. Iti wanna help. Imagine hata akitokea ata lose hope ya kukuja kutoa kuvoice like sauti ya watu, because kama ye mwenyewe akipotea akijaribu kuvoice out sauti zenu, hakuna mtu anaenda ahead kumlilia, then what will he benefit from kukuja abductiwe kila wakati akivoice sauti za watu, hata they don't mind about him. Mi sina mengi. Retweet the space. I'll be reading the comments in a few after the next two speakers.
Okay, yeah, nothing, go ahead. Then Ayabe. Then we go to Smart.
Thank you once more. I wanted to persuade everybody. I think we have to run different spaces like for agriculture, and that's why like Toria is asking why we are not amplifying the missing MPs issue and the Bruce's issue, is because we are tackling, there are so many issues. It's like we've been bombed with chaos, and if we don't structure ourselves to different groups deal with different issues, and then once a week we come to the space and look at progress and we get educated, let me tell you, we will lose so much than we stand to gain. If say KOT runs with an issue, it does not mean that there's no unity with someone who's running with a petition. We just have to figure out a structure that eventually will work. Like there's a guy whose handle is Amchege. That guy tweets constantly about missing people, even if it's not from the movement, and I always retweet. But we have majority of people who have curated their handles. This time I need people to understand we are at war, and the war to be won, we need a simple structure. As we can even have one space and say Kina so and so are going to tackle those particular issues. I tend to think it's a prudent direction to take. If we don't, we will learn very late, because the issue is we learn and re-strategize. We fail and we figure out a better solution, so that if we know there's a team running with justice, like for Bruce, for the missing MP and so many other missing people, every day will purpose, even if this space is talking about SHIF SHA, they will purpose to highlight. That way I think we will have a stronger team, because we will always be as weak as our weakest link. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And to emphasize on what Nothing is saying is that, yeah, we need to build ourselves and make ourselves a very strong team. Kindly make sure that when you're in a space, follow each other, so that, because when we build ourselves, at least we'll be able to monitor who is posting what, and then we'll be able to amplify, the voices. So please, when you're in a space, look your left, look your right. Yeah, let's follow each other. Follow the host, follow the co-host, follow the speakers, so that we have one, large family, and we'll be able always to have an easy way of sharing information. I think Jasiri, you are here before Smack and before Kochu. Jasiri, go ahead. Jasiri. Ilukasiri. Okay. Kochu, go ahead. Kochu. Okay, then Smack, as others are preparing their network. Smack. Hawa watu wako huku kweli? Toria, unanisikia? Then okay, Sesco, yeah, Sesco, go ahead.
Okay, Fabrice, unanisikia ama unajua naona asisikii watu hapa.
Nakusikia.
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Oh. So there's someone who was talking about mambo ya kesi ya koti and something. There is no system in Kenya that is actually working. The only option tumebaki nayo sahi, there is nothing about dialogue because even those courts zimekuwa sabotaged. There's nothing that is working. There's no system that we're supposed to use. I'm wondering people wanatoa wapi hizo options. Yes, ni poa we are discussing about them. But when this thing should get into our heads, no system is going to work in Kenya. Hata tuende koti gani, hata hiyo Supreme Court, they are under someone. It's so frustrating Kenya, hata tuko na PDD huku sasa. Mambo ya Bruce hizo ni gani tunasikia sasa? It's so frustrating though. Na hiyo mambo yake itapigiliwa juu na story yake iishe. Because we all know how this thing is going to end. Because there are no systems that work in Kenya. The only thing I think can work is going to the streets. Unajua place imefika sahi, we cannot be ignoring the fact that hakuna system inawaka ati tuanze kusema tuende kwa lawyers mara nini. It's not going to help. I think going to the streets is going to bring some change. Unajua kwenda kwa street inaleta visibility kwa vitu mingi sana, inaleta attention, inataka attention hadi kwa hizi traditional media na hawa polisi makers wa kitambo hawa. It really helps. Iki-involve hivyo pressure inasaidia sana. Pia kwa public engagement itasaidia, tutamobilize sana communities na watu wengine, na public participation in some things itakuwa, collection ya ideas na nini zitakuwa, but hii mambo ya koti tutasema wacha waende wasort. Pia hawa watu tuwapea pressure, hawa wasio decision making hawa, when we go on the streets we give them pressure, hawakangi na amani. I wish ungeona hata venye walikonda time hizo nini, tuko tunaenda streets, watu wanaenda streets na ni usiku, watu wanaimba huko, they don't have peace.
Yeah, okay. Kochu.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Coach Fabish, for giving me the opportunity. I'm Coach. Umse ametubombard na a lot of issues. Hata mimi hiyo story ya MP alipotea saa hizi ndio nimesikia. Jamaa atumia strategy inaitwa shock and awe. Bush alitumia ilikuwa Iraq, I think. Amekuwa kitu confuse hivyo mpaka tumekosa focus. Because imekuwa yani imetu overwhelm, iko too much. I think tunaweza reverse Kenya ametufanyia. Sisi tuko wengi. Wenye wamesema tuko structured, to bombard pia from every department. Hadi hao washangae what the fuck is going on. I think hivyo ndio nafaa to deal na ujambazi. Because hivyo ndio amekuwa akitufanyia for the past like 2 months, I think. Yeah. I think hiyo ni yangu kwa leo pekee yake. Thank you guys.
Toria, you wanted to read the messages from the comments? Toria. Toria, unanisikia? Nothing, unanisikia? Okay, so it's like
Obish, I can hear you, but I can't see Toraya on the space.
okay.
I think she dropped.
Maybe she dropped.
Oh, she's on the listeners. Sorry.
Toria, kindly request again the mic. Then we go to Smack. Smack. Unajua what's happening in these spaces? Okay, go ahead, Smack. I can't hear Smack. Nothing, unamsikia Smack?
No, I can't hear him.
Smack, if you can hear me, kindly drop and request the mic. You know, I've realized of late, kuwa whenever we are discussing, you know, a very critical issue katika spaces, huwa inakuwa na a lot of issues. You know, government they are overworking. Kama hii effort wangekuwa anatumikia kufanyia watu kazi, Kenya ingekuwa better country. But you see how petty they are. You know, they are just busy doing nonsense, attacking people on spaces, trying to hack people accounts. The whole government. Shame on them. What we need to do is let's kindly retweet the space. Let's post so that we can have as many participants as we can. Manake, this topic of today is very critical for our country. Before we realize hiyo payslip yako itakuwa imekatakatwa na hakuna kitu ya maana naenda kufanya. Teacher.
Hey, ni aje na habari zenyu?
Poa sana teacher, karibu.
Mimi niko fiti. Unajua leo nimekuwa shule na tulikuwa tunaongelea hii mambo ya SHA. Na tukadiscuss sana na nikakuja nikagundua hii mambo ya SHA ni revenue collection scheme. Yaani wameona sasa ni kama kwa NHIF system iwezi waruhusu wapate pesa yenye wanataka kupata. Sasa wameamua watoe hiyo NHIF badala ya kuangalia NHIF kuirevisit watengeneze ikuwe vizuri, wakaamua kuleta SHA yenye ni policies zao zenye hata sisi wenyewe hatujui. Sasa hizi kuna msee hii mwezi kisha anaanza kunawa, anaanza kutoa akijiinvest. Unajua sasa sisi ndo tutaendelea kuumia. Alafu pia nimegundua, unajua nimejaribu kuingia kwa space ya KOT kutoka jana na imekuwa inanisumbua sana. Ndio saizi natumia VPN ndio naona inisumbui. Kuna VPN fiti sana inaitwa Siphon. Sijui kama mshaitumia Siphon. Ni VPN safi sana. Iko na VPN na pia kuna apps ukiconnect nayo unapata network free. Huwezi tumia Safaricom. Unakuwa connected internet. Shida tu ni itakunyima, huwezi ona trends zenye ziko Kenya, utaona trends zenye ziko worldwide. So nikipata time nitarudi kwa space baadaye, acha nifike kwa nyumba alafu ndawaonyesha. Tuachane na Safaricom, tuanze kutumia VPN, tuingie net free, alafu tu discuss vitu za maana, DCI isitusumbue.
Shukran sana mwalimu. Lazima vile Nothing alikuwa amesema, we are at war. Na pia mi upenda kusema kila wakati, we have to understand that you are at war, and when you are at war, in any war, you know you must strategize. Ujue jinsi ya kupambana na your enemy. Ikifika mambo ya our networks ambao unajua kila wakati inakuwa attacked, if you can have a way to guard yourself like using that private networks, please do. Toria umerudi?
She's still on the listeners.
Okay, and on my side inaonyesha ako kwa speakers. Patrick, kindly unmute your mic.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, KOT, Toria, and Fabish for this great show. This issue of SHA, I think the Kenyan people have expressed themselves on what they want. The courts pronounced themselves. They declared the whole program unconstitutional. But then can I give you some news? I don't know if you're aware of this news. That the NHIF had pending bills of around 30 billion that they owed to the hospitals, especially private hospitals. And one of the key demands of the private hospitals was that Before they moved to the SHA or SHIF that they are calling it, they wanted the government to settle those 30 billion bills. Now, that is the bone of contention. Today, I read a statement by the the Doctors Association Union, and they were saying this SHA is going to deny services to the Kenyan people. So that's the great challenge we are facing here. William Ruto wants to go down with 30 billion shillings. Why can't we? Because they were having a pending bills of 30 billion. Why didn't they address that issue of those 30 billion that they had not paid out? That was the fundamental issue with this NHIF issue. And that was the problem that they were supposed to cure. Why did we have the pending bills? Where did the money go? The whole issue was about corruption. So you cannot tell us that you want to address corruption by engaging in more corruption. That's not how to solve the issues. If NHIF was corrupt, now they are moving to another very corrupt platform called SHA. And now they're inviting in 104 billion for another system. Did you really need another system? There's a key thing that if things are working, you don't fix them. You just look at the loopholes and fix them. So that's the tragedy we are facing as a people. And I want to tell you this, my dear friends here, that all the policies that William Ruto has tried to initiate, it's akin to somebody trying to stitch an anus when somebody's having a diarrhea. Can that really work? That's what he's been doing. We had the Hustler Fund, you remember, he came up with the funding model. Now there's this issue of JK. Now we have this shift. Anything that he starts or initiates doesn't move. It doesn't work because his policies are not well thought out for the people. He's driving policies that are after enriching himself. And that's why most of his programs are failing. These are the key issues, my dear friends. We went to the streets over the issues of the finance bill. William Ruto has now marked us and he's looking for us and trying to abduct each and any one of us. And he has a secret location where he's taking people. And when the Kitengela boys were released, they were saying they were held in a place where there are several other Kenyans who are held in those places. Now we don't know, maybe that was one place they were held. You don't know where the other places are. You saw what happened to Murara. It's just because we were vigilant here online and demonstrated and we followed those Subaru guys. If we had not done that, my friends, I tell you, Murara will not be nowhere. He'll be also among the missing person. I don't know what these guys will have done. This is a regime that is running scared. William Ruto lost legitimacy, has lost legitimacy. He has failed to govern. He's totally confused. He's just after enriching himself. And he's totally confused. You heard in Parliament yesterday one MP say that now because they're impeaching Rigathi, the president his security has to be enhanced. I can tell you the best security as a president or anybody, if you're in any leadership, is the people. Security is never guns. Let me tell you, the best security you can have as a leader is the people. And the best people who can secure a nation is the people. You know, people think it's the military and Ruto has the military and the police. I tell you, if today the consciousness of this nation rose up and they said, we are tired. My friend, the people are more powerful than those people in power. The military, the police will have nothing to do because they cannot turn up against the people who are determined. You know, you can't fight a spirit that wants to achieve something. That is the greatest war. Nobody can fight with that. And that is the challenge that we are having in this movement. We need to raise the consciousness of the people to a level when they say, no, we are tired. We don't want you, Mr. President. If 1 million people today marched to State House all over this country and they said, we don't want you, no military weapon can stop that. I can tell you, no military weapon can stop that. It's the people, it's the spirit, the soul of the people of the nation when they say, we don't want you, we don't want you. And today I wanted to use this opportunity to let you know that the members of parliament have given us a great opportunity. They are saying that on Friday, they are going around the country collecting the views about the impeachment of Rigathi, the deputy president. Today, I've just sent my views to that parliamentary website and email address and sent my views and told them that if they're going to impeach the deputy president, that motion should be amended to include impeaching the president. I'm inviting you Kenyans here and send this message out to all Kenyans, to all those areas. In fact, these are very grand opportunity for us. To all those great areas that people will be meeting, I've seen calendar. In Nairobi, it will be at KICC. On Friday, my dear friends, on Friday, suspend all your business, forget about work and ask permission if you're working or close your business. Let us all, if you're in Nairobi, we march at KICC in our millions. We go there and make a statement that when the parliament, they are meeting, they think they'll get a few people. They get there millions of people at the KICC square. We fill that KICC square and say, this is what we want. We come with posters, impeach Rigathi, impeach Ruto. Our message should be simple as that. And then we have people who can go there and share the reasons why both should be impeached. I've given some 3 reasons why these guys should go. William Ruto and Rigathi has violated our constitution by killing us, and they took an oath of office to protect lives and property. William Ruto has formed a secret police that is killing the Kenyan people. That is a serious violation of our constitution by the president. And let me tell you, the buck stops with the president and not with the deputy president. The president is the one who has those instruments of power. And what are the instruments of power? Is the police and our constitution. He swore to protect the people and using the police to protect us from enemies. But now president has now turned against us. He's killing us. He should be impeached. I want us to march on that Friday at the KICC and make that statement. I want Kenyans who are on this space and in other regions, in other counties, in all those places, the schedule has been given out. Go to those headquarter counties. Let that Friday be a major day for us where we make our statement. In all those county offices, let's march there and state our statement. We say all the issues that are hurting us. That is a great opportunity for us. We come out in our large numbers. We say today, impeach the president, impeach the deputy president, impeach even you, the members of parliament who are there. And if they make sense, after you make your statement clear, chase away all those MPs and say them, go home, we don't want you. After you make your statement and they bring riots, cause chaos all over the country and tell the MPs, we don't want this nonsense around us. You are a disgrace. You are not talking about the issues that affect us. Let us now use those headquarters. They have given us a great opportunity to march there in numbers. Who will stop us? At KICC, 1 million of us. That day, the whole CBD should be on a standstill. I can tell you that Friday, let us make a statement. This one is a great opportunity they have given unto us. My friends, on Friday, let us organize. Let us organize on Friday at KICC, 1 million of us. We march there. Let us pass this message. That's all I wanted to share for now. The rest we shall share in other forums. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Patrick. This is exactly what Nothing was saying. That if you know that you are good in this field, now this information is very vital, very useful. So it can be more useful than how you have put it. So on Friday, we need to do something. And if you don't mind, kindly also share that website so that a lot of Kenyans, we can also, send in form of like a petition to that website. That parliamentary website, Patrick.
Yeah, sure. I'll share the screenshot of that advert to you here, and then you share, right?
Nothing. I see your hand has been up. Then we go to NMSQ.
A quick one before I drop. I wanted to thank you, Patrick, for educating us on that issue. But I wanted to highlight on this issue of 30 billion pending bills. I think there's a time MPs were fighting in parliament and they were calling out each other on who is colluding with hospitals to inflate bills from NHIF. Hospitals are also criminals. They do this for NHIF as well and also for insurance company. So we shouldn't buy into that there was actually a 30 billion bill. These people split the loot with the hospital. We saw there's a time our WhatsApp group of a hospital was leaked, and it was about extortion of a patient's insurance card, and also some places it was NHIF. So kindly do not buy into that. I'm not saying, Patrick, you said anything wrong. It was a good point to note, but Kenyans don't buy into that. Hospitals have had issues of inflating bills and splitting with these people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. Nothing. And but yeah, even though, but still the backstop at the executive, because we given them the mandate, you know, to manage our country. So whatever is happening in hospital, it is not for us to you know, to manage them. You know, if the minister, if the cabinet CS of health cannot, you know, manage the docket that she's given, and if the president cannot manage the CS he hired, that means it is a rot from the government, you know, because if we keep on blaming the smaller fish while it is the work of the bigger one, will not, you know, get it right. So all information,
Fabish, it
yeah,
is budgeted corruption.
is budgeted corruption. Yes, that's true. That's true. Then Toria, you wanted to read messages from the comment section. Then we go to NMSQ. Then we go to Farah. Toria. Okay. My colleague co-host. You have problem with your mic? Okay. NMSQ, then to Farah.
Okay, thank you so much. Fabish, is it Fabish or Fabian? Okay, hope everyone can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
Munanisikia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, personally, I'll be very short and quick, as always. I won't talk so much about the SHIF because this is theft in broad daylight. Na munajua this is theft. So me, my concern ni about this, the constitutional amendment bill. And I think mali tumefika sasa, we are not even a banana republic. I don't know what kind of a country we are. Personally, I've gone through that bill from the first page to the last page. And I've known all the various amendments. And one of the amendments is about the function of the Senate, that's the function of the parliament. Another is about they want to change the term, that from the MCA to the president. Now, you guys, you see, we have a very good constitution. A constitution that is self-terminating and a constitution that is self-directing. And I want to refer you to Article 255 of the Constitution, that it's very clear. It has mentioned the ways through which we can make amendments to the Constitution. And there are 3 ways. One of them can be through the parliament method. The second one can be through what you call a referendum. And the third one, and the last one, is through what you call popular initiative. Kama mulikuwa careful ile story ya BBI. Now, about the referendum and the parliament. The parliament could change constitution iko under article, I think, 256. But kuna some very specific, or what I call special amendments, that they need what you call referendum. You know what's a referendum? We go and vote. And one of those is about the function of the parliament. That amendment iko kwa that bill. The second is about the term of office of the president. Ijongelea about governor or others, but kumbuka office of the hiyo mambo na term ya president kuweka to 7 years. It is in that amendment. But now I've seen these people, they're just inviting us to give public views. They're not inviting us for a referendum. That is the constitution that is saying, not me, in verbatim directly, that any amendment with regards to the function of the parliament and the term of office of the president, yes, it can be initiated in the parliament, but it must be approved through a referendum. That means you need to go and vote for those changes. But hapa watu unaona wamesema wana to invite just to give our views. Like, what kind of a country are we living in? So I want you guys, let us take serious these things. And ndio maana nasema we need to occupy parliament, because that is where our problem is. If we kill the parliament, if we finish the parliament, Ruto atakuwa na kiburi. You should know that. The second thing I want to talk about ni mambo ya Rigiji. I know most of us are like, this guy, your impeachment motion iko sawa. But I also want us to look at the other side of the coin. What kind of power Ruto atabaki now immediately atakuwa na deputy president. I just want you to think about that. This guy is planning to be a dictator in totality. No wonder things are just happening in this country. No one is caring. The parliament is passing laws from day in, day out that are very unconstitutional. Come here, the amendment bill to the constitution. No one is caring about it. We are here talking. Yani, squeeze it to kwa hizi spaces until we are tired. We are totally tired. And even it reach a point that people are even wishing these people like Akaro, they should die. Personally, if Ruto dies tomorrow, I'll be very happy. Hiyo siku sijui nitafanya, lakini I'll be very happy because these people, they are killing us. They have killed our dreams in the universities. They have confused the education sector right now. People are confused. The second confusion imeleta kwa health sector. And I can tell you, in the next 2 or 3 months, the same problem the education sector is facing is the same problem the medical sector will face, the health sector will face. And for them, they don't care because our insurance expensive. They don't depend on this SHIF. Wanakwambia Ruto does not depend on this SHIF. These people, they have very expensive insurance premium for their kids and everyone. And we are here watching. Tunaongea, hawataki kutusikia. The best they can do is just to harass us. Wakuja online, wakuja try kuhack and they try to infiltrate through our space and make it difficult for us to raise our voices. And I can tell you, Kenyans, if we cannot rise right now, trust you me, because when this person gets absolute power, and I can tell you people, we may be celebrating that Gigi is going to be impeached, but trust you me, it's going to be to give Ruto what you call absolute power. And that is their plan. And it should be a warning to us. Ile jana, I was watching that impeachment motion wakati ilikuwa inakuwa presented before the house. All the MPs, hadi wale wenye wakujangi, they turned up in nice suits, ready to butcher us through very inhumane laws. As we reject SHIF, we should also reject this constitutional amendment bill. And the only way we can reject it, bro, and sisters, and brothers and mothers and whatever, and grandmothers and girlfriends and wives, occupy that parliament. If we can't show them that we are indeed serious, don't do this, they will continue doing it. Because you'll realize, after ile maandamano yetu, ile occupy parliament, they behave like we have, yani nikaa tumwatisha. But things, the more days naenda, the more things are getting worse. Because these people are married to their comfort zone. They know we can't do that again. That's their thinking. And to make it more worse, ndio hiyo sasa wanataka kutoa deputy president. That means the office of the president itabaki to only one person. According to the constitution. You know the reason why tulikuwa na constitution, kitambo they used to call them the vice president. And the problem we had kitambo, the president could wake up today na aseme wewe toka na uende. I don't know, Kibaki alitry kuvuta more than 20 VPs or I don't know who. This problem, the constitution came to solve this problem. But Saiz Ruto is trying to tell us he doesn't care about the same constitution. Because how can you, I mean, like, I don't know what I can say. The opposition is about. Look at Akina Sifuna, there's nothing you're talking, they are no longer vocal. We are on our own. Sisi watoto wa mama mboga, watoto wa boda boda, we are on our own. That is a fact. That's a fact. In the education, tushajua saizi masomo it will be very expensive. And for us, let us thank God at least, even if we had a president who was a thief, at least sometimes he cared. Unakumbuka Uhuru akifunga ma principal when they were hiking school fees. Kila mtu anajua hii maneno. But we have a president mwenye they are proposing, I don't know, ni sijui nitasema ni like saizi kichwa inajaa tu mashida ya Kenya. Ukiangalia education sector problem, ukikuja energy sector problem. Today I was reading the newspaper and wanasema by March next year KPLC itakuwa na competitors. Who are these competitors? Their own companies. I mean, where are we going as a country? Mambo ya ndani, we don't know what's going on in the background. We are here. Wewe uamuke ufanye kazi, uende ufanye kazi uteseke, uletwe payslip yako, tax imeenda. Tax imeenda wapi? Mtu mwingine hapo mwenye sijui nasikia, I don't know, anatumia pesa zako. I don't know what's happening in this country and it's very sad. And it's very sad. And what I can tell you guys, if we don't keep on pushing for these people to get out, expect more and even worse laws. And you heard one of them saying they need to make also a change in the constitution such that huyo DP anaweza vutwa kazi time yote. They want to get us back to the old constitution. And you guys, you know very well, Ruto was against this constitution. That's a fact. Na ameanza process ya kukill this constitution. So we need to be serious. We need to continue fighting. Hata kama ume lose energy, we need to continue fighting. We don't need to stop. Because if we can't stop these people, they'll kill us. They'll kill us psychologically. They have already killed our future. Because as you can't tell me, wamekopa more than 416 billion, and I was very shocked that money ijaipelekwa kwa development, the work that it was meant to do, those loans, wameka kwa recurrent expenditures. Yani wanakopa deni, ndio Ruto aweze kufua hiyo ndege yake, aende huko sijui kujiwapi huko hivyo. Wanakopa deni, sijui ndio nani, I don't know what's happening. We have a big problem. We have a very big problem. And if we dare give up, there'll be no difference between us and Uganda. If you go to Uganda, if you interact with those people, very sad stories. Very sad stories. Uko Uganda, causes such as law, medicine, they are for a very specific community. You guys, you know, right now, all the top position is near a very specific community. And that is a fact. Let us call a spade a spade. Let us not lie to ourselves. Ati regarding kwa kusema shareholder is more tribalism than Ruto appointing wakale kuanzia juu mpaka chini and his friends. That is the country we are living. And I'm telling you guys, if we are not going to work on this, I have a friend studying in Makerere, and you get someone and perform kuanzia high school, kuanzia primary school mpaka high school. When you are going to be admitted in the university, unaitwa kusoma Bachelor of Physical Education, PE. Mwingine anasoma Bachelor of Chinese Language. Then unapata kuna mwingine amekuwa kifail kuanzia mwanzo hadi mwisho, anaitwa anafanya law, anafanya medicine, because that person is coming from a very specific community that Museveni belongs to. And that is a fact. And that's how Museveni has managed to control these people. He denied them education. He gave education to only his community. The same is happening here. And our member of parliament, they are very hypocrite. Hypocrite. If you're watching yesterday motion, they were trying to prove the Director General of a Competition Authority. I don't know, David Kibet or someone. And one of the members of parliament, I don't know, from Wajir, not say plainly, our work as parliamentarian, ni kuraba stamp. And he said it, I feel very bad, but I'm approving. Ukiangalia the list of people applying kufuata hiyo kazi ya kukuwa DG wa competition authorities, we had many people very competitive, watu wenye more qualified. But we have this old man, I don't know, 59 years, mwenye ameisha akifanya kazi kwa government, anapatio nini. And is coming from that very specific community. We need to talk about this, because this is the reality. Because here tuna pretend, tunasema, someone saying this government is for shareholder is more tribal than someone appointing someone from their tribe. That is a fact. And you can see this inequality, even in terms of developing, in terms of infrastructure. There's some areas, if you go, there is nothing in those areas. But there's some areas, if you go, there's a lot. I don't want to mention names. Ukisikia scandals za areas zingine, utasikia ni scandals, sijui mtoto ameiba, sijui nini imefanyika, hizo scandal. But ukisikia scandals za other region, utasikia ni multi-billion money stolen from individual people. You can't imagine that. Eldoret City, you guys, you know how many billions of money are in that city? Nani hao watu? You know these things. Let us stop pretending that impeaching Gachagua is a solution kwa history ya tribalism. We have a bigger fish to fry. And the more tunakaa, the more this guy is organizing himself. And I'm praying to God that Ruto dies even tomorrow. I'm really praying to God. I'm praying this guy die. We get another chance. Because it's very sad to struggle. You've struggled kuanzia mwanzo. Yani, those guys who are doing law, they can tell you, saizi ukikuja the Council of Legal Education. I mean, tunaenda mahali pabaya. Tuko mahali pabaya kuliko jana. BN said that. And trust you me, the more time goes, the more this guy is becoming a madman. The more this guy anakuwa, I don't know what I'll say, but this guy is becoming more stupid day and night. There is not even a single project in your alliance was successful. From the Hustler Fund to shift to nothing. Like you have nothing. Like there's nothing you can tell me that this guy has done in Yemefanya. I don't know what I can say. But if you sit down and rethink, it's because some of us believed in him too early. He was a darling of every person, a hustler. But people avoiding the reality. This guy is not a hustler. And your man nawaambia, and I want to warn you people, and I want you to listen to this point very carefully. Let us not be too easy to be convinced by anyone right now. Vile tulisema, our movement is so liquid and formless, let us remain like that. Because you can't tell me in the last 4 years, Ruto was like the savior of us. Everyone was here. Personally, I did not vote for him because I knew him. But everyone was here shouting day and night, Ruto, hustler, hustler. A man who has done nothing. Here he is. And this guy is going to take over everything. Amemalizana na education sector. He bought all the student leaders. Very stupid. And I always say those student leaders, they must have a crack on their heads. Hatunafurahia because umekuwa kwa Kenyan Gazette. Are you fucking stupid? Una risk the lives of everyone. And if you are a student leader here, or if you are a university student, your silence is killing you, your children, your parents, and everyone. Because they'll struggle paying that expensive fees. Utatoka hapa nje hakuna kazi. What a travesty. What a sad story. Na ndio maana nikasema, there is only one solution to this thing. You see, if you read the book, that there is strategies of war, Robert Greene says, these politicians or the society has always prepared us for peace. Unaambiwa, where don't go to the street, biashara itafanyika. Don't start this war. Si vizuri. The society has prepared us for peace. It has never prepared us for war. And what we are having right now, we are having a war. And trust you me, when you are in a war, sometimes becoming violence is the only solution. Kuingia kwa parliament is the only solution. Otherwise, tutapiga kelele. Na ukiangalia Morara saizi, and I don't know if this is my personal observation, all the media, they have branded him as an activist. Activist Morara, activist, activist. You guys, do you know who's an activist? Is someone who just make noise kuanzia January to December with no results.
That's a lie.
That's what they want people to
That's
believe.
a lie. That's a lie.
Activist. Mtu akipost kitu anasema, ukiangalia media they want to put us as activists. They don't want to put us people who want to
please kindly land.
And I'm very sad. We are not activists. Ukiona mtu anaita Morara activist, mwambie he's not an activist. I'm telling you the truth. Someone who's telling me that's a lie. Wewe ndo nitaka unipatie any news imeka Morara. The only name they can brand Morara is either a lawyer or an activist. We are not activists. We are not activists here. We are fighting for our lives. This is not activism. Because there is no order. If there was order, there wouldn't be activism in this country. So let us not entertain this bullshit. Let us not entertain this bullshit. We are so fucking done and tumechoka. We are not activists. We are fighting for our rights, for our future. And
yeah, NMSQ.
I'm landing, Fabi. So you guys, ukienda kula leo, just know someone somewhere is destroying your future. Someone somewhere is killing you. Not using the knife or a gun, but is killing you. I land. Na mtu wako na swali, ni mwana mtu aksemezele, ask me, I'll answer you.
Okay, Fabish, unanisikia?
Yes, Toria, nakusikia.
Okay, I was stuck like, okay, let me read some of the comments. Hapa Patrick amepost the nini she was talking about. KD anasema we boycott Kenya Commercial Bank, Safaricom, East African Breweries, Equity Bank, Standard Chartered, British American Tobacco, Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Kenya Airways, Bumpy to Cement, Bankless Bank. So Small anasema we need to discuss kutumia nguvu bila vifo. Wafunzwe adabu. We can't keep doing maandamanos for it. Nanzezi, gosh, they throw at us, we will burn out. Let me check. Seke at Morara Kebaso, how long shall we wait for until we see some action on Mombasa's governor? We believe your words. Isikue tu ulikuwa unacheza na emotions. Asma anasema, how come we are hoping on and off from one crisis to another? Finance bill, Haiti, quarry, killings, Adani saga, subduction, SHIF, Ketraco, impeachment, goes on and on. Why is the country like this? Something must give, or we accept to resign our fate in a banana republic. West African countries ousted their puppets. Don't make us lose hope at this point. That is favored. Ahmed Jefferson saying it's either we go Sudan / Egypt way, camping outside military barracks or our Tahrir Square, or we go the Bangladesh way, go all out and never going back. But this talking is becoming too much. Same talk every day. Why SHIF and SHA? Shadrach Letaipei. What was wrong with the NHIF? Why not improve the initial health insurance cover? KOT, they are migrating us forcefully. Colonialism never really ended. People power, we shall eat this regime alive. That's Fred. You all know what to do. No chilling. Let's hit where necessary. That is Galaxy Dan. Kuna Ima anauliza, is there a way we can just do away with MPs, like just have a body of lawmakers that can represent us who are willing to listen to? Or if we retain the MPs, since they only show up to act on stuff that benefit them, make these consultancy and paid per job done. Modern anasema Kia was denied a stop order by High Court to stop SHIF registration. Teacher ametuma a part of the Constitution, it's amendment of the Constitution. From the current speaker, the issue of pending bills is the private facilities. We was a big issue wanting to kill the private issue. Samuel Esco, what will happen if agitate in 3 fronts? 1, streets. 2, recall signatures collection for all members of parliament, senators, save those who are in our camp. 3, arc all department force government shut down. We can't be calling ourselves activists. We are not activists. We are fighting for our lives. Huyo ni Karata Sijaba. Yeah. Let's go Kebaso Morara way, tusukume mjadala uko villages. Allah. That is questions. Rebellion against trinary. Trinity is a right. Viva. Freedom is coming. That's Oletundu. SHA is a revenue collection scheme. Teacher. Mugala, I wanted to raise a critical issues on SHIF. Just today, my mom was sick, and unfortunately, the local hospital is not accepting NHIF, and they say SHIF is not working. Also, what happens to those who have disability or illness that needs daily medication? That's a very good question. Mugala Joseph. Jatita, what is that NHIF cannot do with which SHIF can do better, considering the staff are the same from NHIF? A very good question too. Kebaso Kasamwe, we need at most 1 week for proper mobilization. Do you agree with that? Corruption is a rampant in Ruto administration. Is it not a crime to deny human beings health services? Yeah, it is a crime. The information is true. Yeah, US. So huyu anasema wamenimove enyewe huyu mwanaume akona guts, like they are moving people from NHIF to from NHIF to SHIF without consulting people. Yeah. It's time we invent that parliament again and timua those MPs out and take our government power by force. It's time. Occupy parliament, reject SHIF, reject SHA, Ruto must go, Ruto Rigathi Raila must fall, reject all agriculture bills, justice for Bruce. Huyo ni mimi Mwaka amesema hivyo. Let's stand against everything in this government. Reject the SHIF, reject Adani, reject university and model. Yeah. Hey, thank you to you. Kindly mute your mic. Nisome nini za watu wenye hawajachukua.
Ernest, please ukikuja katika speakers you mute your mic.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, go ahead, Toria.
I think I read Wanje Karisa said, let's stand against everything in this government, reject the SHIF, reject Adani, reject the university funding model, reject everything, reject house level, reject fuel level, reject G to G. That is Wanje Karisa. Guys, TAC is being used to promote tribalism. An independent body, trained teachers are forced to apply in their own sub-counties. Young marriages are breaking in the name of TSC jobs. Which country is this? At TSC Kenya, at Gabriel Ogunda, at Edwin Sefuna. So I read one more comment, then yeah, two more, then you can have two speakers and I continue. Guys, enough of talking. We already were the problem. We already were the problem is, oh my God. So what's the solution? Some of us are getting tired of listening space day in, day out. If we can't solve the problem, we should better just keep calm and accept our fate. Yeah. That is Hamed Jefferson. So the last person here, Vemineta the Guna. Your NHIF account has been migrated successfully to your social health authority. To update your profile, dial *147. Nimefikiwa, hii ni ujinga gani? So go ahead, I'll continue after three speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toria, for that wonderful job. Kindly continue commenting, those who are in the listeners. If you don't want to come to the mic, you can just write on the comment section and your voice will be amplified here. Be rest assured that every voice, every word that you type, it will be amplified. And please don't hesitate to request the mic. Utapewa hapo na hapo, so that we need to hear everyone's opinion. Unajua kama huyo mwenye amepost hizo vitu ambao we need to kama kina Safaricom, lakini kweli revolution inahitaji kusacrifice a lot, especially pale niliposikia kwamba hapo kwa kureject Kenya breweries. I know that one will require a lot of sacrifice, but what is important is a country. So tafadhali mtatuia radhi wale watu ambao najua muko complain hapo kwa Kenya breweries, me no spared, but what can we say? Our country is more important than anything else. So please, Keroche, I think you are hearing this voice and you are thinking what I'm thinking as people are migrating. So KD, please, upuje tuambie how we are going to boycott the Kenya breweries and then we go to Beatrice. Wait, KD, Beatrice has been here for long. Naona ameinua mkono. I think she has a burning issue. Okay, Beatrice, then KD.
Hello again for Bish, Toria,
and caught. Nice to speak again. So what I wanted to say is back, nikasahau. So I simply wanted to say that, you know, we have this scheme called NHIF, and there is a sister scheme, a retirement benefit scheme called the NSSF. And if you can recall, if you follow news, there was a time there was a complaint that where NSSF monies are stored, that money was not there, and there was a question about where is the money. So as we do what we are doing, as we have conversations about where the money is, as we try to follow into financial accountability in this route of government, it's important to also talk about these very uncomfortable debates. And this debate is about tax justice, the taxes that are collected in the country, and those ones, and of course now the revenues ambazo zinaingia kutoka nje, and where that money is going. But as we also talk about tax justice, let us be deliberate about talking about money laundering, because where is this sudden need to change NHIF to SHIF coming from? Is it I think that this one could be a ripe ground to re-inject money that has been missing in the system back into the system. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because we protested the use of the church as a conduit for corruption monies. And then we also talked about other avenues through which people that have previously been accused of corruption are trying to bring back the money because the economy is not working and they do not have money to operate with, because they already have enough that should be circulating, you know, in liquid cash flow. So who is trying to reinject money back through this SHIF scheme? Yeah, that is a question we must try to answer, and this is a discussion we must try and answer. Then so many years down the line, why do we still have retired teachers saying that they have never received their NSSF monies? So hizi pesa zikikolektiwa every month, huwa zinapelekwa wapi? Are they loaned back to the government, or what is happening? Then the other thing is about international financial flows. And there has been a concern that is being downplayed out here. Maybe I'm doing the whistleblower's job, that as we speak, there are people with corruption monies hoarded and kept outside of Kenyan borders, outside of Africa's borders. And this is the money that they're using to loan back this government. Na hapo ndio shida inaingilia. It's to tell you that for some time, money that got into the country between 2018 and 2019, mnakumbuka zile pesa za NYS and Eurobonds and whatever, they were supposed to go into the system, liquid cash flow, ikuwe kwa pesa yetu ya kutumia. But along the way, kuna mtu aliiba NYS tu and Eurobond tu. Na ukiangalia hao watu, hiyo squad ya hao watu, they had a very, very big problem with the outgoing president, with the ex-president Uhuru Kenyatta, and they fell out. And that is the wave of the same people that went out ahead to start the UDA the UDA wave of, what was it called? Tanga Tanga. So guys, everything relates to the politics of the country. Is it time we start having a new political fabric and discard this ya kitambo? Or how do we go about it? Kwa sababu, when we do not ask where is the money, we lose out on the bigger picture. That's why we are losing out on the clarion call here. The other thing is that we talked about chasing parliamentarians back home and recalling them. How far did we get with that and the collection of signatures? We've been waiting for the IEBC to be reconstituted, or I don't know what. Do you think Ruto is going to be proactive about reconstituting the IEBC to make it possible for even us, you know, our Gen Z sisters, ambao they are 18 and 19, you know, in like a year or two, they should be voters. Do you think he's going to enable that? No, until he has his systems right in place. So what I'm trying to say, guys, is that we are stuck in a roller coaster where we are putting out fires. On this side, we are putting out this fire, and then we go back to this other side and put out this other fire. So we need to be deliberate. Are we sending the whole of this cabinet home? Or are we going to keep on talking on X spaces? The other thing is about activism. Jamani, allow me to share my lived experience here so that we can relate. in 2019, I don't know why, maybe you might be wondering why I keep on alluding to the past regime, yeah? It's because what we have today is a crop that was nurtured since 2018 all the way to 2019 and 2017. No? Yeah, these are second-time MPs who started as first-time MPs, and they joined a crop of very corrupt motherfuckers. Sorry, guys, but they came and took over the rot. Na ni lazima waendeleze culture ya Kenya wameanza, because they are the new crop of oppressors. So what happened in 2019? We started a call against corruption in the country. And if I will be quite honest with myself, we are the reason, as the Red Vest movement, why we have these new notes in the country. We are the reason why you have this new 1,000 bob in the country, because of the work of anti-corruption we did back in 2019. And what happened when I was arrested on April 30th? Go and check your Google results. What happened when I was arrested on April 30th? The first thing that my media folks did, because I come from the journalism fraternity, is that they called me an activist. Guys, did I own up the term? Because we cannot be divided at this time and age, at this hour, with all this tension about the state of governance in this country. We cannot be divided along semantics at who is an activist, who is not. Guys, you need to own up. The moment you set aside your time to defend this country, to defend your family, to defend yourself, to try and secure your future, you become what we call an active citizen. Whether or not you decide to sustain that active citizenship of yours by talking or not, it's no one's business. So we cannot say that we are not activists. When they called me an activist, I owned and embraced that name, because I wasn't going to back down on the kind of work yenye nilikuwa nimesema. I'm setting aside my normal life, everything I used to do in my life, kutafuta kazi ama kufanya kazi actively as a freelancer, nipigania hii nchi. And we did it for 9 consecutive months, bila kulipwa na mtu, bila kuchangisha hizi vitu naona tunachangisha huku, sijui ya mchanga, sijui nini. We did it. We occupied the streets. We may not have had the kind of numbers you people have today or we people have today, but I want you to see that I owned up that title, I lived up to it, and I'm still the same journalist, freelancer here today, telling you that it's possible, telling you that change happens. I will tell you about 2015, when I was called from my lecture hall. Nilikuwa nasoma, nikaambiwa there's a cancer patient from my local grassroots Kayole, nikaambiwa ni mgonjwa anaitwa Josephine. Back
Just land in
then,
1 minute, eh?
let me land it ndio niwaoneshe activism works, okay? Give me this chance. So Josephine had been going to Safaricom kule headquarters on a daily basis. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anamkubalisha kuingia pale ndio aende apply pay bill. Na hiyo time pay bill ilikuwa inachukua 2 weeks to a month. Guys, we occupied this court, this street of X back then, with a lady called Shefa Okore, and we called for her justice. And do you know what Safaricom did? They paid about 300,000 as an apology to Josephine. And from that day onwards, pay bills were acquired within 24 hours of applying in a cyber. And that's how we broke that bureaucracy in Kenyatta National Hospital. Josephine got, alikuwa anaenda hapigi laini. Why? Because of the chemo. It was tough on her. And she died, and she knew she was going to die. So guys, how many Josephines are we going to changia here online? Ndio muelewe makali ya what we decide to do, that we mean it. Guys, the sacrifice that Morara Kebaso has made to be where he is shouldn't be watered down simply because he's ati unastuka unaitwa activist. So what? So what? Unaitwa even na wenye waliitwa Maumau sio watu na walipigania hii nchi. And in fact, they lived a very sorry life after coming out from the forest, because some of them came back home and they didn't have homes. Where they called homes were relocated to other people. Guys, we are yet to heal from that trauma. So kuitwa activism ni nini hiyo inakustua? Ni nini hiyo inakustua kuitwa activist? Guys, you've seen how bad they have been to Bonnie. How bad wamemleta to on his knees. Why? Because you disowned him when he was doing the right thing. And when he began to take the monies from I don't know who, tukaanza kusema he sold out. Why? Because you're disowning us by calling us activists. You're disowning us by failing to acknowledge our sacrifices and the kind of work we do, even before we know that we are doing activism. Mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi kwa community, and I have not stopped doing it. I'm still working as a freelancer. Napata pay yangu hapa. I'm not employed, guys. I'm a mother of 2. I was abducted. Tuko pamoja. And on the other side, I still have impact in my community. Na bado sijaitisha kiti. Na mi uambiwa niitisha kiti from 2013. Guys, I am a social person. I'm not just a politician. So be deliberate. Acheni kustuliwa na terminologies. They are media people. They are people I know. They are editors. They are scared because freedom of expression leo imechukuliwa. These people have come for Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And that is the freedom of communication. The freedom of expression. Kama wamekujia yao, sisi ndio tuko huku nje. Who should be defending the other? Who should be fighting for the other? Guys, we do not own the media and we cannot own it. And we can, if tukichanga tuseme we are starting our own. But you saw what they have done to Africa Stream. That Africa Stream, whatever, imeletwa chini. Why? Because it's communist. Me, I'm not a communist.
Beatrice, currently try landing.
I'm landing right now. Is that Toria? I'm landing right now. I'm saying let us not be divided by semantics. To make sacrifices, and we are not ready to begin even counting them. Tukiamua, I actually thought on the second week of these demonstrations, we were going to Tahrir Square away. But what happened? Mulikubali akina Miguna wakuja wa impose the whatever's in X spaces because it was fashionable. Miguna speak big English here, call Kasmuel there, kidogo before you realize it, the energy is gone. We are tired. So guys, we need to charge up. We need to charge and we need to occupy the streets. Article 37 and Article 1. Power belongs to the people. You and I, we are the fucking system. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Beatrice, for injecting that knowledge. And indeed, yes, as all of us here, we are activists. We are activists for change. We are activists for governance, accountability, transparency. So I can't agree more. KD.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, KD.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, first of all, for everyone. KOT, thanks for the good work. Toria, Fabish, and the rest. Everyone who's feeling this emotional moment. Yeah, I always say this, and I'll just keep this as my tagline. I'm only on this space because of you. And the only reason I speak is because I'm related to you because of my nationality. I'm Kenyan because of you. I don't know you. I will never see you probably, but we bleed the same colors. And your problem is my problem. So, Fabish has asked me a very funny question of what I mean. But let me start by saying this. Human beings will live on habits. And habits are very hard to break. The reason why we point our finger so much to our parents is because they got suppressed into a certain way of life, which means you wake up, do this is what you give, and this is what you get. If you don't do this, you don't get this. And that is why we've had this oppressive way of governance in Kenya for the longest. Whatever is happening now, it's not new. It's a system that has been in place. The only reason why we are so vocal right now is because we have a constitution that allows us to do what we are doing. The one thing I would want to just emphasize on is we keep on saying Ruto is a madman. But honestly, he's not a madman. He's a smart con man. That we are talking about SHIF today, this guy is 10 steps ahead of us. We are having our meeting here today. They are planning on the next loot they are going to make. When he got in power, he had already said he's going to change the education system, the health system, and all the systems that actually, whatever. The only thing is, I don't think he has a good plan on how he intends to change the systems. So with that being said and done, and with all that everyone has shared, because we all have great minds and we think towards the same direction, this is my thinking. First of all, I ask myself, how did we get here? And the problem is me. Why? Because I made the choice, and choices have consequences. And I'm living an aftermath of the choices I made. When I say I mean all of us. Whatever choice you make will affect me. Whatever choice I make affects you. So we have to speak one language. You have to be on the same page for us to be able to know which direction we're going. Now, we've tried doing it the democratic way. They steal. We've tried going on the streets. They abduct, they kill, to a point that now they even sodomize. And the only reason they have power is because of one thing called money. How do they get this money? They get money from us. Why? By the remittance we do by of the revenues they collect from the citizens of the nation. So what I'm just thinking is, first of all, I'm so pissed at this Safaricom company because I never saw in any of the clauses where I signed with Safaricom for them to indulge themselves in my personal life, health, security, banking, and whatever. We're just talking about SHIF right now, but I think it's I can't remember the name of this PS who has a very funny name, who said anyone who borrowed money, they are getting money that you owe from your own M-Pesa balance without consultation. I don't think that is right. Even if you're supposed to do that, at least send a message. Like when you have Fuliza, they say you owe us ABC and D, your money has been deducted through ABC and D. Now this thing has gotten to a point whereby you're just like looking at your phone and then a message comes on, and all of us have seen what is happening. I don't think there's anyone who had given Safaricom the consent to go ahead and sign and say, I'm willing to even dial that *147# which is not something I believe anyone should do. So that being said and done, the only sentiment I would like to share is this. And it's very difficult because I even spoke to a friend of mine and he said, man, it's so hard because most of our mamas and our mamambogas depend on M-Pesa for them to do transaction. Why? Habits. If somebody tells you to do without a phone for a day, can you do it? If somebody tells Fabish not to have a Tasker for a week, is it possible? You know, the likes of Wangari Maathai went for 11 days without food, naked. It's the price you pay for what? Sacrifice. Now, the only language this government will understand is for them to remember that the power is in the people. And we give them the power by being so much loyal. And imagine this is only a 10-15% of the nation that actually remits taxes. I've said this thing around 2-3 weeks earlier on, but now people are coming out, and I like even the way Okia Omtata has put it and said taxes, period. You know, so these companies, if you try to research and find which is the main economy of the country, is the top 10 companies, Akina Equity Bank and the likes, etc., etc. These are the people we have to target. But the question is, are you really willing to migrate from your bank account? Are you willing to shut down your Safaricom line and get another line? Are you willing to drink tea without milk? Is it possible for you to drink tea without bread and go for gouaches? Or are you going to say, I'm not used to this kind of a lifestyle? That is where we have to sit down and say, the price I have to pay for sacrifice. Rex lost his life on the streets because he had said, whatever happens, happens. I have to go and fight for what I feel is right. The problem is, not all of us have that kind of a muscle or nerve in us. And I think I'll just leave it at that, because it'll take a little bit of more sacrifice, self-sacrifice, for you to see that the choice you make will directly impact my life. You know, I don't have to use a line for a certain company for me to make phone calls and make any transactions. There are other options, you know. But the point is, if we can be able to muzzle off, mutate, and trim all the income we give to this rogue regime that has so far now devised a scheme for them to get money from us without even our consent, forcefully, now we'll be able to show that we are the ones who control the economy. Lastly, I've spoken about this a couple of times, and I just want to sensitize it. I'm a millennial. Gen Zs are crying right now because most of them do not have jobs. Millennials, tulijitafutia kazi. You know, when I hear my sister who spoke with Beatrice speak, I'm also a journalist, but I had to quit because for me it wasn't translating. I didn't see the need of it. And thankfully, just by God's grace, I had to pursue and look at it from a different perspective. Ukienda tao, do your research. Enda uangalie wala wase udu vibanda, the stalls in town. Ask them what age they are. Most of them fall between the Gen X's, the late Gen X, and mid millennials. The music industry, entertainment industry in Kenya, 99% of them are millennials. What am I trying to say? Most of these generations have been trying to provide jobs for themselves. The only unfortunate thing is the regime we have right now does not support the generation in place for them to actually keep their whatever going. And unfortunately, these self-sustained businesses will always look at the Gen Zs who go to demonstrate and say, how wanatuharibia kazi zetu? We want to go and open our stalls in town. These demonstrations are making us shut down our businesses. I want to go and do ABC and D. These guys with the noise they're making is affecting my business. When Adani took JKIA, go and look at the people who are saying no, they have to go. It's the middle class. And what happened? In less than 7 hours, the pinch was felt. So I'm calling out on all the middle class. And it's a very big generation because it cuts from all the way from Gen Z back, maybe all the way back at the baby boomers. It's a very big whatever. And it's the lubricant that runs the economy of a country. If we could just decide and say for one time, enough is enough. Imagine we don't have to see people being shot, people being abducted, people being sodomized. You don't have to talk to any member of parliament. You don't have to post and say Ruto is ABC and D. It is your money. It is your funds. It is yours. You decide and say, I'm not paying my rent because I don't have money, as long as my neighbor will do the same thing. And your landlord will come to you and say, Mimi sina pesa. They will not go to sue you because everybody says there's no money. We will transform what is happening in the country right now. The problem we have is somebody will say, I don't have rent. The other person pays rent. Somebody will say, let me not use M-Pesa to send my money. The other person does it. Guess what? We are still giving this government a muscle to do what? To just suppress everyone. If we say we're not drinking, not all of us should not drink. It would not go for more than 7 days without us seeing a transformation in this economy. But SHIF forever is just a scheme to collect money. I'm sorry. NHIF is being closed. We are not being told what the closing balance is. Elections are last year zikihappen, 40 billion zilipotea tu hivyo. We've not been told anything about that money. So the question we should be asking ourselves is, are we really being honest with what we are doing? Are we being responsible as me to save your life and look at you and say, you'll have a better tomorrow? I beg to leave it at that, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, KD. There is a question that I'd like later you and Beatrice to answer. It's not actually a question as such, but it's a suggestion. Since mumesema nyinyi ni ma journalist, I'll give to other speakers and then I'll come back to you. You know, hizi media ambao tumekuwa tuko nazo, like print media and these other traditional medias, they are always biased in the first place. Alafu wale watu ambao, you know, they keep focusing on them to feed the nation ni these politicians. Like you see, when you open a newspaper, itakwambia sijui Murkomen amesema nini, sijui Sudi amesema nini, you know, those bunch of politicians that they don't have even anything meaningful to talk. But you find that in these spaces, you find a lot of intelligence that I feel Kenya needs to hear. So my suggestion was, if we had journalists here, kama tungekuwa na majournalist ambao wangekuwa wanaweza kukua wana compile hizi information, they edit, alafu wanaweka kwa online media na hata print media, if they can have that capacity. You know, as we are saying that we want to provide an alternative, not only for the government, but in every sector of our society. You know, we need to impact them in a very positive way. So like now, maybe one of you will be here taking the views of the, of the speakers, and then now you'll be able to edit it. Then kesho, unapata sasa, we fit to the society. Even like civic education that we are doing, very important. And we can also be doing it online and print. So you'll digest that, then I'll come back to you. Also, I want to commend the ladies in this movement, Kenyan ladies, young women, wow. Yani mumeonyesha nguvu yenye hatukutarajia. Kudos. Even when you are in a space like this, you see ladies coming, you can hear the intelligence, you can see the zeal. When you are on the streets, I can remember Shakira, those powerful words, telling the police, nitoe baba, and if you could see from the face, the resilience, the zeal that was in her, unajua kweli this is a revolution. Kudos, akina Toria, akina Beatrice hapa, akina Small, wale wote, akina Nothing, those who have been active. You burn the midnight oil, munapambana, kudos. So, KD na Beatrice, I think you will digest on that, and then we'll listen, or maybe you need time, and that is just an idea. Max, naona umeinua mkono for a very long time.
Okay, thank you very much, the team. I thank you all for what you are doing. Each and every day, you are just making Kenyans to know that we are going on the wrong direction. But I want to ask a question concerning the SHA. I'm not so wise, but I can sense when the deal is so good, you must think twice. Why am I saying this? It is because of this, the SHA SHIF thing. Now, my question is this. Can they use this, the data, the so-called the system, to rig the 2027 elections? Because I remember there is a time when Dennis Itumbi held a meeting at Bomas with 2,000 students from the universities. And who knows that those guys, they registered with their IDs and their phone numbers, and you know who is Dennis Itumbi. So I think we must be sensitized to all those loopholes that can give them an access so that they cannot leak out the 2027 election, because this government is just but it's giving people, the Kenyans are not sleeping. It is not worth another term. So we must check out which are these loopholes that can make them to come again and leak the elections, because it will be very painful to see them again. Then they torture us for another 5 years, and we will be finished. Thank you very much. I don't have much to say. Let us think about that line, in that line, whether this data can be used in that manner, because I don't understand why they are just forcing people to just register through even using the chiefs. And you see Kindiki was given a mandate to ensure that the local administration, the village are there to enhance the same. And even you have seen the news, they are there assisting them. So what is behind this? Wasitundanganye. This thing might be used in another way so that they can corrupt the need. Because by now hakuna hata mtoto wa shule ukimuuliza, they don't want the government sababu inawafinya. So they can be using these orthodox methods to just leak out the elections, and that will be very bad. Another thing, finally, we the civil servants or another person can support this if he or she is on this line, that you can see in the deductions from our pay slips. It is, for example, we have NSSF and then we have the Provident Fund. These things, they are the same. So why should they deduct some people the same amount and they serve the same purpose? Again, we have the insurance called AON, Minet, and we also have the NHIF. So what kind of the system are they advocating? So why do we have the two medical covers and they serve the same purpose? Thank you very much. But let us think most precisely on the forceful thing of SHIF and SHA to the Kenyans. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Smack, are you there? Smack.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, kindly go on.
Yes, I have some few things to put across. Kwanza kuna issue moja, kuna kitu kimoja kinaumiza sana serikali ya Kenya. I don't know why, but majuzi, let me explain this story. Majuzi nimepata story ya kwamba police station ama police officers wanatumia pesa zao wananchi. Kuna mtu amenitumia hii message, ananiambia alienda polisi, kulikuwa na issue imetokea, yeye kuna mtu anamdai, so baada ya kudaiwa akaenda polisi kuripot ili apate justice, the same way seeking justice here in online. But kitu yenye imetokea, polisi amekula pesa ya mtu huyo na baadaye hata kujua yani, ama hata kuregesha hiyo pesa, ilikuwa 17,000 Kenyan shilling. So I wonder where are we going as a country, because this is the main problem, corruption. Na hii kitu inafanya all Kenya, all government workers wanakuwa drawn into this. Just imagine a Kenyan police officer, yeye anafaa seek justice like the same way we seek justice for Bruce, but baadaye this thing is overturned to us, ni sisi ndo tunaumia. So imagine this mother ama this sister of somebody, mtu ameenda seek justice for somebody, mtu mwenye anamdai, police officer anakula 17,000 Kenyan shilling ya mwananchi. How does this thing apply? Then kuna another issue anani, I think like they're turning Kenya into a business enterprise, because walianza private university, hamna issue za nani za basa, hamna issue za nani scholarship, wakatupea loan. Wakaja public sahi, hamna issue za nani za scholarship, wanatupea loan. Sahi wameturn NHIF into SHAF. Where are we going as a country? We the youth, we need to amplify our voices. We need to speak, comrades. Tunafaa tuongelee kuhusu masuala, because it's so sad. Inaumiza watu wengi sana. Tafadhali, kama mabloga, kama mwalimu, mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu, una watu, please try to educate them. Waambie hizi kura, mambo ya kupewa pesa na kukubali kuenda kiolela, it's so sad. Ni vibaya. These police officers, some of them are just here on the spaces listening to us. Where are we heading in this movement? Na just imagine vitu wenye wanafanyia wananchi, wenye wanafanyia watu wa chini. This is so sad. Kitu inanikasirisha na nazidi kupandwa na munkar, manake ni kitu kibaya wenye wanafanya. Imagine eating 17,000, mtu anaenda polisi ku seek justice. Hiyo justice ina overturn, polisi ndio anakula hiyo pesa. Ni laana gani wamepewa? B plus people. Why? This country need to change, and we are the change. We have the mission, we have the vision in us, and the mission is to change this country. Let's focus on this, and no fearing anyone. Let's amplify our voices. Justice for Bruce, justice for anyone who is mwenye anafinyiliwa na serikali ya Kenya. Maanake hii kitu imeniumiza sana. Imagine somebody seeking justice in a police station. Hii kitu, yani story imeniumiza sana. And for those few remarks, thank you.
Thank you so much. That shows how rotten our government is. Can you imagine where you are supposed to go get justice? That is where you go and get injustice. So sad affair of our country. Small, then to Sylvia, then to Shirotsa, in that order.
Thanks, Fabish. Thanks. So I want to mostly highlight on the next steps on what we are trying to do. So first of all,
we see.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I think for the idea of having like tackling an issue at once, like the way we have SHIF and we come out, and I think there's a level to which, because we are going to do the streets, we've seen there's nothing happening in the judicial or any other system. But imagine like this week only, on Monday we had Bruce, we've had SHIF, we've had the extending the presidential term, we've had Free Morara. You see, this is something that has happened between Monday and now. Took a Wednesday. So imagine how, and then I think it's kind of a thing that's used in the political class to exhaust us. Of course, they know we won't extend that term. They know when you wanaishi under a rock, they have kinaenesuku wameja. They know we will never accept that, but they are still tabling it. Ask yourself why. They are exhausting us. If you keep beating someone down when they try to stand up, eventually they will stay down. I'm trying to say, for the people that have actually been in the streets, you cannot do that every day continuously until 2027. Let's just be honest. Like it's tiring, and like it's tiring after the day of maandamano. So imagine having to do that this week, having to go 4 times. So Mimi, for my idea is we do really need to change tax, because the only thing that is going to liberate us, they're never going to listen to us, is that one main maandamano, one main saying no, that one main event. I think we should really kind of focus on, first of all, what made us a success, with the successful maandamanos that we've had, zilikuwanga na what common factor. I could only think of number one, the first 2 ones before the 25th, it was because walikuwa watutudharau. So I think they've known our power. We can't use that anymore. The second one was that hatukuanga na hiyo notice yote, hatuwapatiangi a lot of notice for the successful ones. Ni hivi ni kesho, or it's just like a quick thing. When it's amplified and people are still feeling it, when the vibrations are still on, and then we go, it is usually like yesterday, it could work. So we need to cut across, because we can't also keep repeating the same strategy that we use in maandamanos, which is we meet in CBD, and then you know what happens to us. I think even having, like, we need to plan on a tactic such that we are meeting outside town, we are meeting here. So I'm suggesting if we could have cells, like I think now there's like these groups of people, like now KOT, maybe with your co-hosts, people know the people that are for the revolution. If they could form, even it could be Telegram if you're worried about the privacy, or even X groups, to just really like focus like some focus groups of how to strategize on maandamanos, because also we can't come here and tell all the Zacchaeus people everything that we're going to do to the letter. Like you can't do that. And even in these groups, like we need to study also a bit on the revolution. There's a lot of successful revolutions that have happened in the past. And even from our own history, there's the Chinese Revolution, the French Revolution. They have a common factor, which we are so shy to get to. But we just need to understand that there's some things that need to happen in a revolution. And since we are deep inside, we are peaceful, we will find the best way to twist all this. There's a common factor, if you follow history well, in all revolutions. If we can just find the tonight, we need to study those things, because my idea is we are to focus on the plan. I don't know if it's a 1-month plan or a 3-month or a 1-week plan. It could be a quick one, but we need to focus on that major event. And we have to realize we cannot do exactly what they expect us to do. Honestly, we have to step outside a little, because we are becoming more predictable over time. That is why they know, okay, sawa amesema maandamano, hizo lori zinaanza tu kutolewa. Like we have to really focus on planning for the main event. And another reason why this is not sustainable, I'll give an example of, allow me to use the oldest Gen Z right now is like 27. So in 3 years, or do we say 5 years, since they want to extend that presidential term, you'll be well in your 30s. So the responsibilities of you later on in life can never be the responsibilities that we have now. So we might even get to a point where your responsibilities will catch up. Like, we are not just going to live in this world for free, you know. So we will not have this position we have right now in the future, because we are giving them time. They're bogging us down with all these nonsense things, all of them, and they will never listen. Imagine, let's just agree they will never listen. And then finally, so when we have like the ninis, the focus groups of pure strategy, by the way, pure strategy. This guy is not going through the ballot, and we cannot wait. Pure strategy, then we amplify like almost 2 days prior. I'm not about caring about what the government thinks and hizo vitu zao zenye wanashinda. No, we've tried to work within the law so much, and we will keep working within the law. It's just that we cannot be that predictable at this point. Kwani sisi ni nani wenye sisi tu ndio tunafanyiwangwa hizi vitu continuously? We need to, are we not like a bit radicalized about what is happening in this country? Have you seen the amount of trauma and torture they've taken us for the last 3 months? How are we not, at which point will it get a bit radicalized to really want that take and to change and to really want to go for it as soon as now? Because in 5 years, we will not be as old as you are right now. We will not have this chance. And I feel like the more time we're taking, like now I've realized, I saw on TikTok, Itumbi is now starting to join TikTok lives and gifting people so that he gets a chance to speak. Yeah, you see, they're coming up with all these things that are just going to frustrate us, an exhausted society. Where responsibilities have caught up, we will remember this chance and it will look like a golden one. Mimi, I'm for the time is now. We are saying that we will leave all these problems to our children, which is just going to be so painful to watch. We cannot do that. So Mimi, my idea is we just focus on planning that one mega thing. Easy vitu zingine, we do push the hashtags and we continue injecting for sure. But I'm just not for the many mandamanos. There's some that will make a point, and the mega one can be like just three that lead to the mega one. But we have to have such kind of a plan, not for every issue they bring at us. Do watatuletea mingi. I'm telling you, it's Wednesday. We have so much to deal with by now. No, we have futures to build. We at 27, if you ask most millennials and the older generations where they were, honestly, why don't we get to choose if we want that or not? I'm not saying at 27 you need to have a child, a family, a job, whatever, if you don't want, but why don't we get to choose that? We have a lot to do also in our personal lives and in our future. We cannot keep waiting for the government to give us problems to solve. That is not how we plan to live out our 20s and 30s and 40s for the other needs. That's not this is not it, guys. It is not it. We'd rather even have a new phase of the revolution where we're coming here and we're talking of good policies because we've kind of done away with the regime bogging us down. But I think their tactic of exhausting the society, exhausting us, imagine it could work because of
I think we lost Small, but indeed, what Small is talking about is actually she just raised very critical points when it comes to the movement. But I think the movement now, it is easier for us now because initially we didn't have like a center of command. You see, you saw like yesterday wakati watu walienda high court pale, then watu walikuwa wajui kwamba wataingia ndani ya CBD, and the police also were not expecting. But when Morara came out and he just directed people kwamba let's go to the CBD. So like now, if we are planning now to occupy wherever we want to occupy, we just plan that tomorrow, whether it is Tuesday, whether it is Thursday, we are going to occupy, and then just come out from wherever you are, Then maybe some few people, maybe like OT, Space, and Morara, and maybe like 3 others, they'll just, in the morning, they disseminate the information. And you know, the good thing, because the police work in command, you know, like now, the reason why wamekuwa wakitushinda hapo nyuma, it is because when we plan and they get information earlier, then they will prepare, it will reach to their superiors, and their superiors now will give command, hey, secure CBD, hey, secure this location, hey, secure JKIA. But now, if now we were just to wake up in the morning and we said, okay, even if when we want to occupy parliament, okay, tumekutana kama ni pale Uhuru Park, tumekutana kama ni pale stadium, and then okay, tuenda ku occupy parliament. Before they relay the information to reach to their superior, so that the superior can give the command and, you know, do their logistic and whatever, tutakuwa tumefika, tumemaliza kila kitu na tunakuwa tunaenda. So now we are in a very better position. We're in a very better position, small. Beatrice.
Yes.
Yes, that my suggestion. Do you think it is workable? Do you think there is a way that it can work about the space journalism?
Yeah, of course, alternative media has been here for a while. It all depends on the kind of format we want. At the moment, there is much attention given to digital journalism. And digital journalism is a fusion of everything. It's a fusion of print, it's a fusion of broadcast, electronic, visual, and also just basically a fusion of formats. So it's possible. It's possible. The one reservation I have at this point is that, you see, that lady that has spoken has put it very clearly that how I was at 24 when I first became a guest of the state is not how I am today at 31. At 31, I have responsibilities, and I'm seeing the golden chances we are wasting each and every single time. But then again, we have to go back into the intricacies of after graduation. How does a graduate from an average family, a middle class family, how is that graduate supposed to come by and make sure they have the right tools to do their work? For the people that had the laptops, the microphones, the cameras, they are doing great. They have been able to leverage on that. For those of us who are to come back, work from scratch, and try and source this kind of equipment, we are starting off right now. So what I'm saying is that I do not have the equipment. I have the skill as a producer, as a reporter. I have been to Raw Media Services. I have been to KTN. I have the skill. The teamwork is what is missing. I have been writing this on my FB page. My other FB page is called Nyeraria Mombi. And why I have 2 FB pages is that now I want us to be quite honest with ourselves. As a journalist, a person who is sooner or later going to get accredited by Media Council, I'm bound to ethics, like doctors, like who, and licensing, all right? So you do not expect the many years I've done citizen journalism as a freelancer that they are not watching my handles, my social media handles. They know very well that I publish on my social media handles through my posts. So they have deliberately made sure that we cannot use our personal social media handles to do this. So I'm not afraid of being a starter. I'm not afraid of giving birth to a product that delivers the message for as long as this is what Kenyans want. But I'm saying I do not want to just become a starter, to go back and become a starter, start what you failed to start over and over again because of resources. So my skill is here. I gave myself to Kenyans at 24. The 9 months we organized nonstop, 11 months we organized nonstop with no resources, took about 4 years of my life. I'm yet to bounce back. I'm seeing my age mates doing things, and I'm still telling myself, guys, there's still an element of politics that has to be solved for us to actually thrive in this system. Because we cannot thrive in a system that systems are broken. So we cannot always be the fixers. There comes a time when a revolution beckons. We cannot be the reforms people because I'm seeing guys becoming reformists. Even the frontliners we have, they have teamed up with reformists. So I'm saying we are here, we are available. And it's unfortunately that this is what Kenya made me. You know, a fighter. I have to fight each and every day for me to practice my journalism. So I'm having to fight a lot, even for my content to be out there. So I'm not shying away from this. What you're suggesting, I'm ready to team up with Tim, and I'm ready to actually become the producer you want. If content is what you want, but I'm saying this, what we are doing, it has taken away so much from me. It has taken away so much as a firstborn. I'm living the curse of a firstborn. Because why? I am in love with Kenya so much that when you ask, I can deliver. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is actually now what we lack in this our movement, because the essential tool of a movement.
Sorry, Fabish. Another thing. I'm sorry about this. There is a platform called the Red Vest Movement. Guys, join us. Why? Because it's coming out clearly from you and the lady who spoke out there. And I've been quite reserved about sharing on ideas because ideas become strategies. I'm quite reserved about discussing strategies in these platforms. Why? And especially X, it's because it's an open platform. It's an open source platform. Anyone is listening. So how can we be planning and sharing our plans with root of people? So come to our space, Ingia Red Vest Movement, request to be part of us. Let us sit down and discuss. Occupy spaces come as Akina Shakira Wafula. She has a platform that guys are calling ambitious, but I think guys, we need to occupy that space and have these conversations there. Because we cannot continue preempting strategies. We know Okia Mtata's strategy from day one to the last, it will always be policy. No two ways about that. But what actually fuels Okia Mtata? It is information, getting information beforehand. I'll express my disappointment at this point with someone called Aoko. Aoko spends a lot of precious time getting into people's bedrooms and on people's corners, all corners of the beds. And she forgets that if she actually used the skills she has to chase the next information, what are they planning? Atuambie, we will be able to plan accordingly and on time. But what is she doing? Wasting prestigious time, air time that is so hard to even get. Do you know how much one live stream politicians pay to this? Come on. Part of the people that are watering this revolution down. Hawezi kuwa kila wakati unatupatia mambo ya bedroom. If you give us information, let me take you back to SHIF. People. Will we have even planned for an action like this? You know, back then, no. Why? Because it is also about determining who gets to say what, and especially on X, about agenda setting. So we do not have the audience by design because of these guys from, Cambridge Analytica, the guys who are shadow banning our accounts. I think it's all started watazima internet, downloading a VPN. I'm a digital security trainer. But how many people can I train overnight? Ndio kesho tuweze kukua impactful. Before now they can, like
you yes, you have said about the challenges that I want to agree with you based on our the economy of our country, but that should not hinder you. When Morara started the civic education, he was not well equipped, but we have held his hand, and you see now he's well equipped. Kenyans have made it, easier for him because it is in the interest of the nation. Likewise, what you just need is just prepare yourself, and we will amplify and also give you all the support that you need, of which I don't think it will be a problem, because we are the consumers of the product that you are going to produce in the first place. So now, like when you have already actualized it, now we will be able to tell the society, boycott this and be consuming this. We are going to provide the alternative. So just only what you need is prepare yourself, avail yourself for us, sacrifice yourself as you have been doing always. Then now we need to capitalize on that so that our voices can go far and wide. Because the movement without information, it is like someone who is swimming without a lifesaver. We need information, and information cannot be better without the professionals like you that you know how to source information, you know how to compile the said information, you know how to edit it and to make it better for the consumers. So please, I think we need you more in this movement. Thank you so much. So I think wewe unakuwa available always as we are going to strategize. DM me, alafu ndio tuweze kupanga other strategies, and DM me those spaces ambao unasema tutajoin. Yes, we need that kind. We need to interconnect and bring everyone on board. The good thing with this movement is you can see that we have all the professionals. We can easily provide alternative. Like we can form our own media. Someone even I saw in the comment, Ali suggest kwamba even we can decide to form our own health insurance scheme even without the government. Tunaweza kuambia government, no, we are not buying your own, don't involve us, we are not paying because it is not a must, you cannot force us, and we are not going to consume those services. Then Kenyans, we can rally, have our own ambao iko well managed, and tunajua kwamba iko accountable. Tunaambia government nende na hiyo yenu. It is very much possible because after all, government depend on us. So if they are depending on us, but they are mistreating us and they are planning to just, stumble on us, we can decide that, okay, we are doing without you. They are the one to lose, not us. When we have that scheme, we can make our insurance, 30 million Kenyans, na tuka contribute in that. Na tuka align with hospitals. It is very much possible. So now we need our media, because you see, even as we are speaking in these spaces, we have spoken a lot of things that can be very impactful to our country. But the problem is sometimes they are not captured. So unapata kwamba we keep on repeating and repeating and repeating because they are not captured anywhere, that we can be able to be referring. So we really need our own media. Guys, let's continue retweeting. Let's continue sharing the space. And request the mic.
Yeah. General election comes. Mimi sijui kama itakuwa 2027 ama it will be earlier than 2027. I gave Odero, he has his followers. There are some people, hata kama ni 10, but probably they like they buy his ideas. We have someone like Morara. Morara, hata kama mnasema those issues, we have a lot of issues of course. Kila mtu hajai kuwa na nini. Hakuna mtu ashaikosa dukuduku. Yeah, but he has followers. He has people who believe in him. Someone like Hanifa, she has people who believe in him. Me here, I know you guys, some of you believe in me, and I felt like we now bring each and every person on board. Yeah, because if you're going to leave any person behind, then the current government we are having, the government yeah, Ruto can pick someone from us and sponsor them, and now they'll be bringing confusion in this movement. And when Ruto sponsor that person, be 100% sure that there are some people in the movement who will fall for that trap. Yeah, and maybe 3/4 of the movement will now come to our side, but now the win will be Ruto's win. And so I feel like currently, let us look at each and every person at the beginning walianza in this movement. Hata kama tunasema they are snitches, hata kama tunasema they are probably they sold us, but I feel like we should just try and bring them on board. But what we are targeting is not even their presence. What we are targeting is that following they are having, is those people who believe in them, that they are having, probably kama ni hapa X platform, kama ni Instagram, kama ni pale Twitter, because most of the young people, the only thing zenye si tunafanya saizi is just being online. You guys always wonder why I'm always on this platform 24/7. At times you ask me, at what time do I sleep? And because I'm a young person who believe in technology, I just have to forge forward. And so Mimi, I feel like let us bring those people on board. Yeah, it's just my request. It's not my decision. It's just a request that tuache hizo shananingas tukua tunafanya. Me personally, I've always said that someone like Otero, during that time when we had a space with the president, I was so much angered, and I requested Otero. In fact, I called him. I told him, "Well, man, you guys are talking nonsense on this platform. Just give me the microphone and leave everything." on my end, and the guy sent me the microphone in my DM. And so when I went there, that request on it became a game changer. Yeah, if you had that conversation between me and the president, you find out that most of the people were buying ideas, because I was saying exactly as you, Toria, Fabish, I can see Beatrice here, Asma, you could have said on that platform without fear of anything. And so if we're having people who has a huge following because we are on this platform, then let us put our differences aside. Just that one is just my request, that we bring them on board. But now let us buy the idea, but let us look after the people who believe in them, so that we can consolidate all the efforts, all the young people and the older people who believe in this cause. We ensure that we are bringing them on board. Then, kama ni party, let all those parties be formed. But now, we look after one party, the party that will speak the mind of us. But if we are going to have so many parties, then we can always bring them on board. Yeah. Then we form something called a coalition. I'm not talking as a politician. We bring, we form a coalition. Then after forming this coalition, we announce ourselves as the official opposition party, or the official opposition coalition in this republic. Then we make demands of what we want. If we want the president to go, then he should go as early as we make the demand. If you want the deputy president to go, he or she should go. If you want the IEBC to be constituted, like what Ruto said, then within no time, like in less than 24 hours, it means that the IEBC should be constituted. And so, guys, personally, I feel like all these problems we're having, currently we're talking about the reject SHIF, that's the Social Health Insurance Fund. We are talking about the SHA, the Social Health Authority. We are talking about Adani. We are talking about the issues that affects the students with the new university funding model. We are talking about the issues of the government trying to ensure that they put those toll stations on our roads, the Kenya National Highways Authority, whereby they'll be collecting the taxes. We are talking about the 16% VAT that is currently being charged on the commodities we are importing and even exporting at some point. So these things, we can put them in a single basket. In that single basket, we look deeply in them, and we if we find out that the current regime is responsible of this shit that is happening, then we call for the demise. We say that now we want to dissolve the parliament. The parliament should go. We want to dissolve the executive, meaning the president, the deputy president, and all the cabinet secretaries, they should go home. We want to dissolve even the judiciary, because currently even the chief justice is always crying for justice. We say, let them go. And now we build this nation from scratch. And so I feel like because nimekuwa naona hapa bana, kuna watu wanajibizana tu, and at some point mimi penye nimekaa, I feel like you guys are always bringing us back to where we came from. And so I think like we put our differences aside. Personally, here is KOT. You guys call me KOT, but my official name is Mabonga. I feel like I've always have the negative side of me, but don't look at that negative side. Look at what I'm bringing here. Somebody like on Sando, he has his negativity. Let us look at his positivity and leave the negativity. And we ensure that we bring each and every person on board. And then after that, we can always march forward. And you guys, if you don't believe this, just remember what happened yesterday. We had almost 1,000 people here, and we called for the assemble at inaitwaje hapo Milimani Lokot. And some of you really turned up. Yeah, if we wouldn't have that unity, then nobody could have availed themselves there. And so, guys, Mimi is just my request. Let us put all our differences aside. Let us ensure that we are coming together as a movement, as young people, as the the millennials, as the Gen X. We come together, then we ensure that we consolidate all the efforts. Let us not give Ruto and his allies an avenue whereby they can pass across us. They pick a faction of us, they sit with them. Remember that this person, at some point, I think it was last month, where he went for the university student leaders. He called them at Bomas of Kenya under the UDS, university chapters. But most of the students who don't believe in him, they were chanting Ruto must go. So guys, mimi is just my request. Saizi nimeamuka kwa usingizi because I've been sleeping. You know, I always spend time on this platform. But I wanted to say that let us put our differences aside. We bring all those issues in one basket, and then we ask ourselves, who is the barrier? Like, who is the genesis of all these issues? If it's Ruto, then sisi wote pamoja tusimame tuseme Ruto must go, and we mean it. Sio kukuja tu hapa we chant, we submit our issues, then go back at home and sleep. Like, there is a person mwenye alisema ati jana kazi ulifanya shoddy work because watu wachache walikuja, and I was asking him, wewe ulikuwa wapi? And he said I was in Eldoret. Kasema okay, sawa, ni kwa sababu haukufika. So if you were here, probably unge-ensure that this work it goes as planned. But guys, that's just my concern. Sijui nyinyi mnaona aje, but because you are the people, I will always respect your decision on this platform. So Fabish, we can forge forward.
Thanks sana KOT. Kwanza hiyo kitu umesema, yani hiyo ndio kitu ambao it is very very important. One of the tactics ambao government aliao, nafikiri ulikuwa unalala, nilikuwa nimepatia watu the chronology, the history, wakati multiparty ilianza, wakati mmoja alikuwa amekataa kuachilia multiparty, then wakati movement ilikuwa very hot, then Moi akawachilia. Immediately Moi alipoachilia that section 2A of the constitution by then, now ikakuwa ina allow multiparty. So the movement by then, led by akina Stanley, Kenneth Njindo Matiba, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Martin Shikuku, kulikuwa na Rubia, Mwai Kibaki, Raila Odinga, walikuwa ndio mayouths, you know, akina kijana wa Malwa, akina Paul Mwite, you know, hawa akina Martha Karua, kina Jim Orengo, kina Anyang' Nyong'o, all those. So they went and registered a political party, just one, Walita Forum of Restoration of Democracy, FORD. Now, Moi, what Moi did, akaenda akasponsor uko ndani. Now, the opposition split. Kwanza FORD ikaanza kuanguka, Kenneth Matiba akaenda na yake FORD asili, Jaramogi akaenda na yake FORD Kenya, then kukakuwa na I think Kibaki akaenda na yake DP, you know, kukakuwa na ingine akina George Anyona. There was a guy from Kisii alikuwa anaitwa George Anyona, akaenda na yake ilikuwa inaitwa PIK. Then there was another one. I think they formed nearly 7 political parties. That is how the opposition was smashed. They disintegrated. They could not stand against Moi. Na hivyo hivyo ndio iliendelea mpaka 1997. It was in 2002 when now the opposition wakawacha their differences. That is when Mwai Kibaki, mimi Raila Odinga, Eugene Wamalwa, Charity Ngilu, wakafold all their political parties na wakaform ile ilikuwa inaitwa I think Rainbow Coalition, National Alliance of Rainbow Coalition, NAC. And that is how they were able to defeat the Moi project, which it was Uhuru by then. It is something KOT that 100% from where I'm seated here, I am seeing Ruto is instigating the same. But you cannot know, because these people, they are schemers. Understand that Ruto is a very good student of Moi. So now there's a possibility he's applying the same. Na tuwezi kujua. They are the one that they are sponsoring. Before realize maybe hata KOT watakuwa najaribu kuapproach. He cannot come direct. He lose the proxies. KOT, former political party. That is actually the tactic that he's using. Now, imagine KOT with this movement. Sasa tukue na Morara. Tukue na kina Anifa. Maybe Anifa aseme, minority, lazima pia, sisi ndio tuko mbele. Maybe nani aenda aseme yake. Tukue na 5 political parties. Now, Fabish niko hapa, maybe nasimama Kisauni kama member of parliament. And then, kuna KOT kuna political party yake na amesimamisha candidate wake. Maybe me, let's say, nimesimama na Morara. Sasa hapo tumekuwa candidate wawili. Maybe Anifa na amesimamisha candidate wake. Now remember, wale watu wa movement wa Kisauni wataenda kugawanya kura kwa debe 5. Alafu Ruto atakuwa na wake moja pale. So if we are 15,000, alafu tugawanye mara 5. Tayari unaona tutakuwa na 3,000. Na maybe candidate wa Ruto anaweza kusanya 4,000. That is how he's going to win. And that is a replica of even the presidential election. If 5 people are going to kwenda kusimama. I know, saizi ukiuliza hawa watu wanaregister political parties watakwambia, no, we can even decide to form a coalition. But if we cannot agree now, how sure are we that we are going to form a coalition in future? Because the more we stay split, the more a lot of differences inatokea kati yetu. And chances of reconciling inazidi kukua nini? Kukua dim. So, I agree with you, KOT. I like the piece that you are making now. Even I think in the near future, nataka tuone tukitengeza platform, tumlete huyo Sam Otero, tumlete Anifa, tulete, all those people ambao tulianza wote movement. There is nothing that is irreconcilable. Important is that we know why we started this movement. It was not about personalities. It was not about personal differences. You don't need to start screaming KOT, analala namna gani, anafanya scandal gani, anaongea namna gani. No. We did not start the movement because of KOT, Mabonga. Our goal is William Ruto, and William Ruto is still there. So why are we diverting now kuangalia ati sijui KOT jana sijui alisema nani, sijui KOT alifanya nini, sijui Morara, sijui amefanya nini. It was not about these people. Our objective is still there. The thorn is still in our throat. Tungangane kwanza kutoa hiyo. Now, Ruto umesikia mara nyingi, hata juzi wakati alikuwa analeta kina Raila, akisema government ni kubwa, inatosha kila moja. That is the only thing that ninaweza kusikia Ruto. So, tukitoa Ruto, government ita accommodate kila moja. Lakini tusifike huko kwanza. Tuanzie hapa. It is only because of unity that we can be able to defeat our enemy. Personal differences will always be there. Even with your own blood brother. You cannot tell me that you have brothers that sometimes hausikii kwamba kuna vile wamekuudhi, but do you cut them off? No, they will still be your brothers. We were united for a common purpose, and that common purpose is still there. So tuache hizi ma differences. Hata kama unasema sijui nani alikuwa ameenda wapi, nani alikuwa ameenda wapi, umeenda wapi, umerudi na ukasema guys we are still together. Let's remain on the course. So KOT, I support you in movement. Hatuhitaji ku bear grudges, maanake tunajua kwamba we are fighting one common enemy. Tukienda kuwinda simba alafu tuanze kupigana huko msituni, simba atakuwa anakuja akikula moja baada ya mwingine. Ndio sababu Waswahili wanasema vita vya panzi neema ya kunguru. The more we are fighting, the more Ruto is benefiting. The more we are fighting, the more our enemy is finding opportunity to infiltrate us. So ninakuunga mkono KOT 100%. This is what I've been expecting to hear, and I tell you this is a good information now that you can relay. Let's reconcile. Let's stick together. Tusianze kupigana. Movement inahitaji watu. Movement inahitaji marafiki. We need to form alliances. Even as we are talking of alliances, not all politicians tutaweka kwa gunia moja. There are those that are useful to us. Akina Martha Karua uliona juzi yako katika mstari wa mbele anapigania juu ya Morara. Okia Omtata, he has been with us. Ruben Kigame, he has always been with us. These are people that we need in our movement. They are useful to us. And then there are also people that we can use them the way they have been using us. For example, hata huyu Rigiji akikuwa impeached, we can put him behind us because atakuwa na information ambayo itatusaidia to know the weakness of Ruto. We have to understand that. Hatuwezi kusema tu kwamba ati hapana, hata sisi tunaringa tu. No. We have to be wise in a movement. Kuna watu, yes, we cannot allow them to be in front. But we need them amongst us because they have information that we need. That is why watu kama kina Martha Karua, they have been in these spaces for a very long time. They have been in movement for a very long time, revolution. There are some secrets that they know that we don't know. There are some connections that they have that we don't have. This war that we are in is not a small war. Kupigana na serikali anywhere in this world is not an easy thing. Serikali huwa iko na system. Watu mkisikia tu system is not system within the country, even outside the country. You think Ruto anatoa pia na jote? So we need to know how the system works. And all of us, we can be rest assured that we don't know how that system operates. But there are people that they have been in those lines ambao they know how to penetrate those systems. The reason why unaona Raila hajawahi kuuawa ni sababu yeye ni mtu alikaa na akapenetrate na akajua how the system works. The reason why Raila unaona na zingine anaweza kupeleka maandamano hata akatishiwa, lakini uko na simu moja imetoka somewhere na president akanyamaza na president akaanza kumtafuta kufanya handshake na yeye because amejua kupenetrate. We cannot just go blindly. So we don't need to be divided. We don't need to be divided. This is not a small war. This is not a child play. It's not a child play. Hata sisi ambao tunaongea hapa, don't think that is a child play. Ukiwa na audacity ya kuzungumza, know that you are very daring and you already put your life in the line of danger. But tumejitolea. Wote ambao tuko hapa, hata listeners, wote tumejitolea. Lakini msifikiri kwamba ni kujitolea tu, it is a child play. It is not a joke. When government declare you an enemy, these people, they have everything. They have intelligence. They have all the resources they need. They have technology in their disposal. We don't have. Yes, ulisikia kama ule Beatrice vile alikuwa anaongea hapa. She has all it takes, but what she lacks is resources. She has all the skills. But now government have both the skills and the resources to fight with us and the mechanism. and the structures. Kwa hivyo hii KOT anazungumza, the reason why unaona KOT anazungumza, maybe hajataka kuzungumza kila kitu, but because of these few days he has been privileged, amezunguka hii Kenya na kuna vitu ambao ameona. Sio tu kwamba tu anaongea out of nowhere. Since KOT atoke kwa online akatembea mashinani akaangalia, I'm sure kuna vitu ambao amejionea akajua, yes, this is not a small journey. So guys, mtu asikuje kwa space tukaanza kurusha, tukaanza kusema, as long as we are subscribing to the same cause, let's unite, let's focus, let's strategize as one. Mtu wote mwenye anatusupport, mtu wote mwenye ni enemy wa Ruto, we always say the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Automatically, there is no two language about it. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Sasa mkishamalizana na your enemy, then now you know the side ambao huyo sasa enemy wa your enemy alikuwa anakaa. But as long as you are united for one cause. So KOT, please, I would be very happy kwamba kuna siku ambao tunao spaces with all those people. Tusianze kupiga kina Kimuzi, tukapiga hawa kina nani. Watu wanafanya mistakes. We are human beings. We are human beings. Hakuna mtu hawezi kufanya makosa. Na we do mistakes, we regret, and we have to get back to the course. So kama kuna mistake mtu mmoja alifanya wakati moja, haimaanishi kwamba that is what defines them. Now, mtu kama this guy ambao tumekuwa tukimpiga sana, Otero, just a mistake alifanya siku moja, na ile kazi alifanya from even before that June, and then tunasahau kila kitu just because of that one thing that he did. We sacrifice him. It is not fair. Baada ya kukua movement, enemy wake bado ni yule yule. Anifa ni mtu ambao unaona amefanya kazi nyingi. Even this guy that we keep on also attacking him, Boniface have fought for this against this government for a very long time. But now because government akina Itumbi wamekuja wakasukuma, because and they would want to make us believe that those government bloggers, they are genius in their own way. If we are not careful, we are going to be misled. Same with NIS. They'll be nitakurifaa kidogo Beatrice, lakini ametupatia insight nzuri. Yeah, she's a journalist. Amekuwa na these people. That's why she's not comfortable to discuss strategies here, because she
recognizing me. Yes, I want to agree with everything that you've said. And I want to look at it from a different perspective. Myself, I was a Baba diehard. Okay, up until he used the opportunity that we created to destroy everything that we built within a very short period of time, just to benefit himself. So the fact that people from Ruto's side can look at me and say, like, trust me that I don't have anything to do with Baba anymore. It's the same way I want to how at the bottom line is that person is your enemy, both of you. So right now what they're trying to do is to overwhelm us with a lot of bullshit in quotes. But I don't think they're we're on the right path. All we just need to do is to keep going. I don't necessarily think that some of us are the ones throwing people off. Really, most articles are coming from the government bloggers, painting him in a manner likely to suggest that he myself, I've never blamed the nigger, for all I care. The guy just hosted the space and I joined that day. I don't think he did anything stupid. The only stupid thing he did that day was he knew. But I'm happy because KOT here got a chance to speak, and he's the only person who spoke to Ruto. Things that came out was from the other side, the side that we are fighting. They have always tried to divide us, and they are trying to work so hard every day to divide us. They are here with us today. They will be listening. This is the reason why they've never hosted any kind of a space supporting the government. Now, I want civic education. I think this is not a one man job. We all and fight. The age of my father and older to simply slow down and retire and support young people. Why? And the reason I'm giving them is the system we have in place cannot allow them to lead us in a proper way. So it's better if they give us a chance, young people, to transform the system. The problem we have is the system. The systems are broken. Everything is broken. So it's going to take a couple of years to fix that. And that's why we want to encourage young people, just wherever you are. I know Kevin Mabonga is going to dethrone one stupid Ditmas Baraza from that seat. I wish you all the best, by the way. We'll be behind you. We want to make sure that you get to that seat. And so I'm encouraging many young people here to stand up. Our enemy is Ruto. He's our enemy today. He's our enemy tomorrow. He's been our enemy ever since. Ever since as long as I can remember, this guy has always been against anything good. You know, it's all about himself and himself. That's all. Now, whatever the issues they're having in his government, whether or not they want to impeach somebody, I don't care. You know, he's never been one of us. He's never condemned any killings. He's never condemned any abductions. So I don't give a whatever shit about what happens to him next. Whether or not he gets impeached tomorrow, it's none of my business. In fact, that is even good for us. We want them all out. So if they're taking themselves out one by one, I have nothing to do with it. I'm never gonna defend him. I want him out by tomorrow. And then if they decide to take one Moses Wetangula out, I don't care. I don't like them. They're in this rotten government, scandals after scandals. Let them take themselves out one by one. But the clock is ticking. I know if they are lucky to get to 2027, I think that's the end of their tenure. We are coming to sweep every swamp. They will not survive whatever that is coming, and they know it. They are not going to survive. We are going to sweep everything out. This guy is a one-term president. He's arrogant now because he's sworn in. That's okay. His time is running out slowly, but very, very fast. All we can do right now is to go back. Let I already know. In fact, by late last year, even before we started this movement, people were already getting tired of this guy. Nobody likes him. Knows he has intelligence briefing. He knows. Nobody likes him so at the moment. Nobody wants him to be a leader. So he's trying to, you know, run everything to the anajaribu kuharibu kila kitu so that whoever who comes in next will have to start from zero. But that is fine. Wacha haribu kila kitu, but we will fix everything. We will fix everything, and some people will be jailed. Hapa Kenya too. I want to support whoever who is saying these people should be tried and jailed. It's time to unite. Do not get distracted. If somebody
what you have just say. We need to remain focused. We need to, but all in all, we have to, because movement need is a very opportunist and is a schemer. This movement is a threat to him. I know he will not be sleeping. He's overworking day and night. You know, sending Akina. How is he going to scatter the movement? You know, yeah. How many people can be compromised? You know, who are the potential leaders that they can be compromised. Who you know, the ambition to become what? That one first we can set aside. We should only focus on one ambition, and that is to remove William Ruto and his rotten regime. Another ambition that we should have is to always advocate for good governance, transparency, accountability. You know, those are the dreams that you can always achieve. If you have that resilient in you, you will always achieve. Even if you don't achieve next year, you will always achieve that. But remember, there is no transparency, there is no security, there is no freedom of movement and even that of speech. So those are the things. A big impact katika hii movement. Even that small thing that you think, even that thing that maybe you just observe kwa mzee wa nyumba kumi, that one can be a game changer to the Beatrice.
Ibrahim Traore. The French have been chased away from that place. debt to the people are taking more than enough. I have seen there was accidents today in Ikolomani. In the gold for the monies, they cannot always come here and extort labor from youth. Are you seeing the kind of apathy that is in Greece? For us to plant trees for free. But eternal vigilance is the price of freedom. Lazima tuendelee kuagitate na lazima tukue vigilant enough kupata hard information. So we cannot be needing to take over this power, but at the same time, deliberate about our parallel information system. Ni hayo tu, mimi sitaki kuongea sana. Yeah, sitaki kukujua, si leo jamani, I'm not ready. Yeah.
Yeah, uko na information muhimu sana Beatrice, thanks for that. There is a guy called James someone. Thank you so much for volunteering for media publication. Please kindly, if you are in this space, you can request a mic if you are comfortable. We really appreciate the work. If you are comfortable, just come to the speakers panel. Sababu sioni mali huko hapa, but kama ungekuwa hapa ukuja kwa speakers, if you are comfortable. If you are not comfortable, then we will link from there and we share, and you tell us how do we go about it. This is very important. Thank you so much for that, your quick response, because we really need media publication, and not only for this, for the whole movement, it will be cutting across all the spaces that they are championing for movement, so that all the information that we share in these spaces, can be able to be consolidated together, and information generated, so that it can reach to the public. The public can consume a clean information that comes from the, from the genuine citizen. As it continue like this, at least it will grow to an extent kwamba sasa public, they will not be fed with hizi macrabs za ambao tunaona watu kama kina Baraza ati watu kama kina Oscar Sudi, and those are the information that are going to be consumed by the public. Immoral things that are I don't know why there are some things that even should not be printed by the media or even broadcasted, but here we are here sharing things that can help this country and generation to come. But you see, it's just going unnoticed because no one will know, apart from people who are in these spaces, that they will be able to listen. So we need at least the public waweze kusikia hizi mambo zote, and we can do that through by media publication. Oh, I'm distracted. So yeah, so Beatrice and anyone who is in a media or has worked in media, not actually who are working currently, because we know that sometimes a lot of editors, they're always compromised. I remember when I was working in the coast, kuna association tulikuwa tumeform and we were advocating around Mombasa. And I remember one time to lead media, including Nation. So, and one guy who was kuna jamaa mwingine Mwarabu mzee is a cameraman wa Nation, akatuibia siri, akatuambia, kaniambia, Fabish, listen, don't waste your time, don't waste your resources. Anytime ati kwamba you are calling media to write anything about Hassan Joho, akaniambia most of these leading media editors wako katika payslip ya Ali Hassan Joho, and that is why any story that his name appears, it is dead on arrival. And I came to agree on that, because kila wakati tulikuwa tukiongea jina Hassan Ali Joho iko hapo, you will never see that story, no matter how big that story is, you will never see it. And you will see all of the media, they were there wakiandika, wakiturecord video, wakipiga mapicha, but haita appear anywhere. So that is actually the real picture katika media yetu ya Kenya. When you see them going to these I remember even kuna wakati tulikuwa na story, and that time tulikuwa na watu wa Kotu. Kuna jamaa moja anaitwa Nadome, and even that time I was really mad, because Nadome, after tumechapa hiyo story, then Nadome ananifuta kando, anaambia, unajua sasa hawa watu wa media tusipowachotea, hii story itakufa. Now let's give them 50K. And what we are doing is, it was in the public interest. Kumbuka ni Kotu na story nyingine tulikuwa tunachapa about public transport, a very genuine story. It was not about promoting business, but we had to pay them. Ndio story katokea. So this is the kind of media that we have, and we are the consumers na tuko wengi, this generation now. So it is high right time now that we have our own media, and this is how media starts. Tunaanza hivyo before realize tumekuwa na media yetu tena kubwa sana, which it is fair and always reporting accurately, and ambayo inaongozwa na watu with passion. Some of this media, unajua, we know who are the owners. Yeah. Okay. I see General, before I come to you, Farah was here before, and I think he waited for a very long time. I don't know whether network dropped him. Maybe I should give him, then I come to you, General, kindly. Farah.
Yes, Fabish, unanisikia?
Tunakusikia. Karibu. Umekuwa hapa mara mbili alafu ukadrop, na karibu sasa.
Asante sana ndugu yangu. Nilipigiwa simu ndo nikadrop, but this whole SHIF SHA, Shu, whatever, it's nothing but a huge scandal. And it's the same people, it's the Adanis, because they're behind the healthcare scandals, they're behind the energy scandals, they're behind the airport issues. And I just saw Morara's video that he just released that Friday there's public participation for the impeachment of the president, of the deputy president. And his message is for people to come out and basically say what is good for the neck is also good for the head. So impeach them both. But how the impeachment is structured, I don't think it is possible to add the president to the same issue. But it's also good for people to know that we are still agitated and it's a unifying factor. As long as sisi tuko pamoja and we have one unifying factor and one enemy, and we are all for one cause, I am all for it. One more thing I'd like to say is on the Jumbotron, there's the efforts that Kina Okia Mtata and Kasmul Makore are doing. Tafadhalini, this is not a competition. It is not mambo ya mashindano baina ya Morara na Kina Mtata. Everybody has a civic duty to do what they can do. Support them as much as you can support Morara, because that all we are doing is we are doing this for a better country. Mimi sijui Mtata wala sijui Morara personally, but anything they'll need from me, I'll provide, because they both are fighting for what we all want for what we are all agitating for. It's why never make it a competition of popularity between people, especially when one questions the other. It's not about, we will always have discourse amongst ourselves, because none of us is a prophet and none of us is an angel. We are all prone to mistakes, and tukifanya makosa tunarekebishana, tukisharekebishana tunaenda mbele. But at the same time, we must always be conscious. This is not a competition, and it's not a sprint either. So we are not going for 100 meters. This is a marathon, and within the marathon, it's a relay where we need each and every person who can do whatever they can do. And especially when people are doing something selflessly, the least that is expected of you is support. Kama hawezi ukatokea streets, kama hawezi ukafanya chochote, don't discourage anybody. Let people do whatever they can do in their own personal capacities, and then we collectively support them, because hii nchi ni yetu wote and we all want what is right. Thank you Fabish, thank you Toria, KOT kama kawaida. Fabish, Toria, kwani mmeenda? Wambugu General
Toria na Fabish wameenda wapi bwana Fara?
hata mimi nashangaa.
Haya sawa, unajua tukichoka tunabadilishana kidogo,
Aya,
right?
kama mwenye nyumba amekuja, endelea na kazi.
Mi hata niko na kazi nyingi huku bwana. I wish you guys knew like what I'm going through to ensure that we stick on the course. I wish you guys knew.
Aya, acha mimi nitakusaidia for the next 1 hour, then tafute mtu mwingine.
Haya, ukitaka kutoka you just let me know, right?
No problem. General China 2, then Wambugu. General China.
Yes, good evening, guys. Yeah, so even me want to just make my contribution on this new stuff that Ruto want to bring to us. Is like something new that can change anyone's life, but all these are just shit. because all of us, you know, that NHIF is like something, according to my belief, it is something that was created by this government because they know that most Kenyans are ignorant. Like you will find like 40% of Kenyans pay NHIF and there's no one who benefits from it, or there's no one who always do follow up, like use the cover in the hospital. So the SHA is something that have been created now. It's like a modernized way of stealing from. So these people, like, one thing we must appreciate is that this government, there's nothing good they will always bring to us. There's nothing good they will always bring to our benefit. Everything they bring on board is something that benefits them in one way or the other. So like for people who have been using NHIF, like they tell us that NHIF can help you like in the hospital, but the reality, you people, you know the reality on the ground. You go to an hospital, you're being told like if you have the NHIF, like in the private facilities, most in the private facilities, you cannot, like, there's no good benefit you can get with the NHIF, the one you are using, apart from this shit that is being brought right now. It was not helping in any way. Like if you go there, they know first of all there's always delayance, and there's a lot of money that even the NHIF, this one that is being disbanded, there's a lot of money that they are being owed by the government. The government has not paid a lot of money with the claims of the government of Uhuru Kenyatta did this and this with the money, and we know the people who are there, the thieves, the same thieves who are there during the Uhuru's regime, who are involved in the saga of the NHIF, are now the thieves, the same thieves in this government who have come and sat down and come with this SHA to fool us that like NHIF has been having problems. Now if we get to SHA, it is something new. My friends, I'm telling you, there's nothing new here. These are things we need to just, these are things that we just need to resist because they will not help us. Like, in the first place, we don't even need to waste your time that you are dialing star 147 to move. What are you moving? Which benefit are you going to get? You are forcing yourself into that. And initially, you know, for people who are in salaried, people who are salaried, you know very well you are surviving. If you go to the hospital, you survive with this insurance that we have in Kenya. We appreciate them because at least if you go to the hospital, you can get you can be admitted even for 4 to 5 days. You find that insurance has covered for you your bill, which we appreciate because it is something you pay and you see the benefit. But this is something that we've been paying, we don't see the benefit first of all. So don't even waste your time that you dial there, that you dial 147 that you want to move. Where are you moving to? Let them do what they want because they have the audacity. They always the audacity they always have every time to deduct the way they want. Let them deduct. Me in person, I've decided. I know they are deducting something. They always deduct an HIF from my side. Let them move. Let them take the initiative. I don't have time to waste to dial star 147 to move like it is something that is always helping me. Let them deduct it by themselves. Let them take my details because this government, they have all the details. They claim they have our details. Why can't they just do that simple work? They almost 1,000 employees who stay idle in the NHIF offices. That's their job, to move my details to this new sheet they are bringing in place. So first, guys, to show them that we are resisting this stuff, let's not even waste our time. That you waste your bundles, that you want to move from NHIF to SHA because maybe you fear that there's something the government can do. There's no penalty that will be there. They'll still do the same deduction, the same robbery they've been doing. So it is just mind game. The same mind game they've been playing. So guys, me, I'm telling you, like, I'm just tired. Like every time I feel like where are we heading to? Like as a nation, where are we heading to? Like these people, how do they carry us? Ama wanatuonanga like we are just zombies, like sisi ni zombie, we don't even know what we are doing. Mtu anakuja tu, you draft something, there's no public participation. No, the constitution states very well that anything that the government want to do that affects the public, there must be something like public participation, where you're being asked like, we are moving from this step to this step. You as a citizen who is the taxpayer, the citizen who has been contributing to this nonsense, we want to engage you so that you also give your opinion about this. No one is even taking his time to to get the story from your side. They just move things because they know it is normal. Like they brought the issue of the housing levy. It is something that was just brought, was praised by few people, and now our money is being deducted. Now we have gone to another system again where now we are being moved. Me, I don't see if someone, maybe I'm not so much educated. If you have if there's much difference between an NHIF and the SHA, you can just tell me. But me, I just see that I see even SHA is more shit than NHIF. So guys, to show them that we are resisting, let's not waste time. Let's not even take our time like engaging them with this shit. Let us just stay like, you guys now, we are tired, like we mmetu overwhelm bana. You've been doing this stuff like mmetubeba. Kama mshatubeba hivyo, mtusongeshe hapo SHA, mchukue hiyo pesa yenye mnataka kuchukua if that's what you want, because the moment si wenyewe pia tunajibeba like we are educating people like hey, hii itakuwa hivi. There's no health cover in Kenya that will help a normal mwananchi. The most people who benefit from NHIF are the people who work in NHIF themselves. They are the people who can do one, two stuff and their medical cover. Now wanapewa medical cover in the hospitals. But people from the ground, I hope you know it from the ground. Even if you have your insurance, insurance, the other insurance, health covers, and you have NHIF, you always know how shit NHIF is. If you go to those hospital facilities, how long it can take. You can be discharged even now, and you come to the hospital even on next week. You can even find yourself taking 1 week where you are still waiting for NHIF to process what and what. So this thing is not helping at all. So sisi tuambie tu watu ukweli, like we tell the people they've been taking advantage. Watu wako ignorant. I'm telling you, very many people are ignorant. Mtu analipanga NHIF ye bora mshahara inaingia, anajua government is deducting our money. So hii ni scheme tu that the government used to rob. So ni tu robbery yenye imekuwa nourished, imekuwa polished kidogo kudanganya, and when you wana spread people, mtu mwenyewe ana spread kama the all LCS aliitwa kwa media, anaulizwa about the SHA, hana habari. Like ajui hata what is going on. What about these Kenyans yenye tunataka kustruggle kuchini kwa julisha like what's going on, like vitu zinaenda aje, hii civic education yenye tunataka kubanko ni yenye pia Morara anaendelesha ya kujulisha watu hivi naenda hivi. CS mwenyewe wa health doesn't know anything with anything doing with the SHA, na huyu ndio stakeholder, huyu ndio mtu mkubwa mwenye tunafaa tujue, huyu ndio tunaweza refer kwake like atuambie educate the public mpaka ule mtu wa huko chini is not even aware, hata juu inakaa aje, because hajawahi tumia NHIF in her entire life. Anaisikianga tu ni kama hao wadosi wengine wanasikia, and these are the people now tunasikia. Mtu mwenyewe the stakeholder mwenyewe ajui Kenya nataka kutuletea on the ground, alafu sisi tuko on the ground tunaongoja ati kuna mazuri, kuna change that is going to happen. Hizi ni shit. Whatever guys Ruto is bringing in place, Ruto, kwa mimi nasemanga Ruto is just a politician. Ruto is never a leader mwenye anaweza fanya anything in good, anything nzuri yenye inaweza leta faida kwa Mkenya. Huyu ni mtu like what Ruto is doing right now, like me according to me is that this guy is just fighting to afike ile level yenye Kenyatta family amefika, pia ajenge tu empire yake like Ruto family. Hiyo tu ni kitu kama hiyo, but hizi stuff zote these guys bringing hakuna yenye itatusaidia. Like huyu ni mtu mwenye ashatuona tu like sisi ni mang'ombe tu, like anaweza leta kitu in place and it goes. Na the same one too, so Kenya tunaweza fanya tu like the same way we did to the finance bill. Hii tulipeleka hii finance bill tukaangusha hii ya 2024, tulete pia hii tu in place, tujulishe tu watu ukweli like the reality venye kunaenda. Hakuna Kenya hii itasaidia watu, ati mtu anakuambia sijui how often, even hata wenye wako na pesa, how often do you go to the hospital to check your blood pressure, to check whether you are diabetic, to check your cholesterol levels? How often do you even go to the hospital even to check your HIV status, which most of us hata tunaogopa. Hata mimi mwenyewe HIV nilipima 2016. Siwezi hata risk enda tena kupima tena. Why should I? Mtu aniambie sasa kutakuwa na cover kama I'm going to the hospital, ati nitaangaliliwa ikiwa hivi and the hospital covers for me. Na the same government inadililia iko na shida ya hiyo inaenda kutoka wapi? Like jamaa wanatubeba tu ufala. Hii ni ufala. It's high time tufike tu kwa ground, tuambie watu the reality, like the health cover, the stuff, it can't help. Tunaambiwa wanatuletea SHA na ni kama inakuja na universal health cover. Universal health cover ni something like there's a free medical cover, like unaweza enda hospitali utibiwe na uende home bila even paying a coin, which cannot happen in this country. You know very well, if you have been going to the hospital, you know very well it can't happen. So kila kitu hapa inanurishiwa na wanatafuta kitu ya kuipolish nayo ikae ni kama we are in a reality world, like Kenya tunasonga mbele tuko place ingine fit, but there's nothing. Hawa ni maconmen, these are thieves, these are thugs, not when they are thieves, these are thugs, criminals, bandits. Kenya is being run now by the president himself is a bandit, because kila kitu analeta ni Kenya naletea wa Kenya dismay. These are just stress. Huyu jamaa anatupea mental problems. So sisi tufike tu ground the same way tuliongelea watu tukawajulisha about the financial bill, tukaambia how shit it was, tuambie the same thing. Don't even waste your time ati una rush pale ati italeta change. There's no change. Hakuna siku yenye government itakugharamia kuonea huruma like this guy is sick, like tumshughulikie. It will never happen. So tujulishe tu watu. Mimi civic education mimi nitaendelea nao na sitachoka kuambia watu reality venye vitu zinaenda. Juu hizi ni upumbavu tunabebwa. Kama tunajua. So let me just rest my point there. Maybe nita contribute later. Hasira inapandanga tu hivyo tukianza.
Oh, okay. Wambogo here. My main point is fear is the tool that the politicians use to control us. So kenye tunafaa kufanya ni ku make sure hata kiongozi ikwambia aje usimsikize, jujue yani wanatumia pia kutucontrol. Alafu kuna ama globalist. Kwa ma globalist kuna USA wanafanya nini Kenya? Kenya si nchi yao. Sasa ni kumaanisha wanakuja kumeddle na politics za huku. Alafu mtu kaa Ruto anajiita evangelist. Siku Bible kumeandikwa unajua mtu na kazi yenye anafanya, na Ruto hakuna maendeleo ataleta. Alafu one thing yenye mimi najua education. Kwa education kama huko tunaona watoi wa primary school wakifukuzwa juu ya karo. Alafu so, wanafukuzwa juu ya karo juu ya nini? Ni juu economy ni mbaya. Taifa kama Botswana wanalipwa kusoma. Hebu niambie Kenya watu wangekuwa wakilipwa kusoma, kila mtu alikuwa akijitolea. Alafu hakuna maendeleo. Watu wanafunza, unapata lecturer mwenyewe hajajisaidia, so unashindwa hii masomo ni ya kazi gani? Alafu chenye mimi nasema ni mtu akiwa kwa ground anaongea na vernacular language yake, anajaribu kuelezea watu wazee hafikui na ujumbe vizuri. Alafu kuna msee alikuwa anaongea kuhusu mambo ya technology. Mimi chenye naweza sema ni ati hata watu waandike magazeti zinaitangwa aje, siwezi kuwa nikijua, zinaitwa pamphlets. Wanaandika hivyo, wanaelezea watu. Alafu hawa wabunge wetu wanajaribu kutufanya ni kama hatuelewi mambo. Kai Chunga mwenyewe unasikia akisema ati bendera kitashushwa bendera nusu. Unashindwa, mbunge kazi yake ni kutetea watu ama ni kuongelea mambo kaa hiyo? So chenye tunafaa kufanya ni kuendelea kuinject na tukibuzanga watu civic education. Vivyo hii taifa watu wazee watasaidia, wenye watasaidia ni tu sisi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, asante sana. Liberation Kenya.
Shukran KOT. Thanks for the space. Shukran sana ma co-host na Wakenya wote kwa jumla. Hope mmeshinda fiti. Okay, mine ilikuwa tu simple. One thing inafaa tu reject anything ya gava. Kuna reject mpaka siku ya mwisho. Hakuna kuitikia anything. Cause hii kuitikia anything itakuja kutu cost one day one time. Yani watu wanamkanga tu asubuhi waende parliament, debate zingine za upuzi, impose vitu tu zingine tu hata uelewi. All of a sudden unasikia tu vitu zimehappen hata hujui ni nini. Watu wana plan, wana impose tu mambo ingine kwa civilians zenye hata zifai. So kama hiyo story ya sijui ni SHIF ama ni SHA ama ni nini. Watu wameamka tu asubuhi wamedecide this is the way to go. Unaimpose tu ni citizens vitu zenye labda ziko beneficial to them only. It's not fair. Ufai kufanya hivyo. So as of now siko Kenya, nimetoka nje ya Kenya, niko Qatar. So ukiangalia systems huku venye zina run yenyewe, unaona Kenya tuko in deep shit. System huku zina run venye zinafaa, kutoka kwa education, transport, yani kila kitu iko fiti standards ni hizo hizo venye zinafaa kama ni tuseme project ikianzishwa tu hivi, kuna venye inafuatiliwa from beginning to end, na inafollow standards zote. Usipofuata standards huwezi idhinishwa venye inafaa. So ukikompea situation venye mambo inafanywa hapa na Kenya yenyewe, unaona sisi tumeisha kabisa. Hakuna kitu inawaka Kenya. So ni hayo tu. Shukran. Thanks for the space.
Thank you. Jeremia Victor Ouma, ndugu yangu, zungumza tafadhali.
Yes, ndio huyo mimi. Sorry, nimekuwa nimeenda off kidogo. Nashukuru for the opportunity. Now, sina story mingi. I'll speak like for a minute or two. Mwenyewe ni Mkenya but siko Kenya sahi. Kitu naweza sema hivi ni hivi. What I've come to learn, na mimi napenda technology but ile kitu nimejifunza na history and it always works. Yes, tumecomplain vitu ni mingi. Vitu ni mingi. Siko Kenya but vitu ni mingi cause familia yangu karibu yote iko Kenya. Wanapitia shida mingi but complaining pekee haitaleta change. Action imeanza. Mimi na support venye naweza. Ile kitu naweza suggest tufanye. Tunataka tupige huyu jamaa from each corner mpaka akose strategy ya kudeal na Wakenya. Kudeal na sisi. As in, kama ni sheria impeachment inaenda, kama ni demo, kama nini, kila kitu kinafanywa hivyo. Inakuwa ni kama guerrilla warfare. Ile design Museveni alitoa Obote in power. Tukiingia na hiyo strategy, kama ni wa media wa online wanapiga, wa civic education wanafanya, wale wa collect signatures wanafanya, demos zinaendelea, sasa atakosa strategy, atachanganyikiwa. Kwa sababu vitu kama hizi zitafanya hata wale wenye anatumia kuiba do, wasa kama kina Adani, huyu jamaa na Safaricom na nani, kuna wale wenye ku behind them wataanza ku lose trust na wataingiwa na uoga. Cause tutakuwa sasa tunaipeleka story kama ya Angola. Juu anajua sasa msana life. Na most likely akitoka kwa power, the guys wenye wanampiga kila sector wakimshika, tutakuwa kwa shit pia. Tutakuwa tumeanza kumaliza hivyo. So tunapiga kila mahali. Kama ni tax hatulipi, the way Omtata ameanza, ile story ameanza, anapiga hiyo story. Wanaka hiyo impeachment, si tunaenda tunaambia okay ni sawa umetoa reg G, si tuna collect signatures, though I need a lawyer to kutusaidia hiyo side. Tuna collect can signatures za kukutoa utoke by December kwa pia ameenda home. Yaki enda home, parliament mzima na nani wote tutakuwa tumewamaliza cause yeye ndo anawafund. So tukipiga strategy ya tunaingia na mashimo kila mahali, msasa tutamaliza. But tukisema ni kulalamika, yes, issues ni mingi zinatoka kila siku. Kama sasa nimeona niko na Safaricom, though huwa siitumia hapa I work na tumile app. Najua by next week watakuwa shaanza kudeduct do. Hiyo najua. Hizo messages zao najua, na familia yangu ameniambiwa shaanza kuwa migrated to hiyo sijui inaitwa sijui SHIA sijui ndo nini hiyo. Hiyo anatumia kuibia watu do. Na hiyo kitu haiwork. Now, tukipata KMPDU pia wana strike, wanampeleka venye wanampeleka. Pia si tucheze role yetu. I'm assuring you by December msata kwa out of power. But tukiamua kwenda ile design ya kitambo, kitu kimoja tufike mwisho, Maze tutaimba hiyo wimbo na tapata sha extend term limit hadi 7 years. So, tufikiri hapo. Then, nataka kuambia hivi. Okay, I'm a bit older. I'm 34 years. Nataka kuambia hivi. From my experience. Kama mwezi pigwa vita mjue kitu mnafanya ni useless. But ukiona tunapigwa vita inamaanisha kitu tunafanya iko na power kiasi. Iko na asset kiasi iko na power. That's why hata sahi Ruto amechange hiyo sijui security whatever yake. Cause anajua whatever we are planning itamgonga vizuri. So, hii najua kuna wale washaingia ndani wataanza mabloggers wao na nani wanalipwa venye wamelipa some confused students wa UN, hata sijui kama ni real students, wanasupport hiyo impeachment ya Gachagua while hawako sure na fee. Hizo ni story zote za kuchanganya wa Kenya. But sasa sisi, for those who know what they are fighting for, cause mimi okay, huku penye niko I can say niko safe, but what about my sister mwenye uko Kenya? Kama tunaweza make other Kenyans who feel this is about them, not just us, them. Unaambiwa shosh, fikiria life ya mtoi wako. Kama wewe utakuja kunyang'anywa hii shamba sababu mbunge ameona anataka kujenga hapa flats na kufukuza hapa ama kuwa uwe bwanako, will you allow kitu kama hiyo ifanyike? Hivyo tutakuwa tuna appeal to their emotions. Unaona? So that tunapata support pia wazazi wetu, the way tuna appeal to their emotions. Let them feel, because most of them are farmers. Unamwambia ile lo inakam, kuna vitu wezi panda bila license from the government. What if hiyo gaviki kataa kupatia hiyo license? Ile kitu yenye Sabina Chege anatumia the other lady kupitisha kupush. So let us use that one as our way of talking to our parents. Juu kuna wale bado wako zile enzi za Moi. Lastly, nikimaliza, nimeanalyze vitu Ruto anafanya. Umse anacheza na script ya Moi. So kama unaweza understand politics za Moi, utaelewa game umse anacheza. Venye the same way walileta Ngulo Leasing, is the same way ameleta Adani. The same way ule msee alikuwa anaenda university ndo akapata kina Ruto na nani, is the same way anatumia Itumbi kupata university students. Hakuna kitu mpya. The same way jamaa alikuja akatoa political parties akabaki ni kama one party system in Kenya. Is the same way msee anafanya hizo alliances na ODM na nani. Is the same script. Hakuna kitu mpya. The same way ule msee alitumia nani Biwott alikuwa na silence wase. Ye na Mark 2 wakawa na silence wase. Is the same way umse anatumia wase wake kusilence watu Kenya. Hakuna kitu mpya. It is the same strategy. So wale wenye wanatusaidia, ile kitu kingine itatusaidia wase ndio pia tuwak vizuri, tuko na department. Msiwa research, piga research yako. Kuna wale wameongea wale wa news, mazee mpige research, mtupatie news vizuri beforehand, usilete after isha happen. No, mimi ni forex trader, so ile kitu moja unisaidia nikitrade, ninaweza tell Safaricom inaenda kulose cause. Let me talk about it. Nikiangalia charts nilikuwa naona Safaricom share yake inaanguka, and that was in 2021, ina lose value. Nikamwambia wase fulani wasibai, but walikuwa na promote sijui Ethiopia whatever. Sasa sijui bei yake ni gani juu niliacha hata kuziangalia. So kwa nini naweza predict juu najua what is coming from the chart? So kama wase wa media pia wanaweza kutuambia mapema what is coming, the same way Omtata anatuchanua, na tukue na venye kila msee na department yake wa kuhit huku tunahit huku. Mzee, I'm telling you, December atakuwa ameenda home. Juu ile zili tuko nayo, hata Raila hajai kuwa nayo. Sababu mazee, the truth is this, I'm 34. The next 2 years, my focus will be on something else. But sitaki kushift focus yangu while hapa ground ishaharibika, so napanda nini kama shamba ishaenda, mchanga wote ishaenda ni mawe. Hakuna kitu napanda. That's why nawaomba wase, tukue united. Hata nana akuje na uchafu gani, najua wengine watakuja wakidangolio hiyo carrot mbele ya macho yako. Please na kuomba, usichukue carrot na chini unakatwa miguu na ulimi inatolewa, hautaikula. So please nawaomba, hata wakikwambia nini usikubali. Mimi ni forex trader, ukitaka nikutrade basi account nikumekea do, I will do it, but pigania Kenya cause it's for our future. That's all I have to say. Thanks man.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And I think this is a very weird space because nobody's requesting for the mic. Kapsa, kapsa. And one thing we must always keep on reminding each other, actually it's not one thing, it's two things, is what our motherland means to each and every one of us. Hii nchi inamaanisha nini kwako? We must ensure that we never lose touch with our soils. Unajua the saying that hata ukisema nimechoka unaambiwa go out and touch grass. Literally go out and touch grass, because these lands have been enough for our forefathers. Not even enough, they've been surplus. And the other thing we must always remind each other is Ubuntu, umuhimu wa kuwa na undugu. having a wholesome society where everybody in the society plays a role. Mfano, funga mic yako kidogo tafadhali. As I was saying, we must never lose touch with our humanity, ubinadamu wetu. And with incidences that some incidents, kuna vitu vimetendeka karibuni that are very emotive, and those emotions should be part of what is fueling us for a better tomorrow, where there's nothing that matters other than ile nchi tunataka, the country we want to leave behind. Because as much as our forefathers left a country that's fucked up, for lack of better terms, they left us a country that's still standing on its feet. And what's happening currently, again, for lack of better terms, ni uenda wazimu. Iko wagoroki tuko nao hapa wanatuongoza, because if you look at even not even the things they're doing, some of the things they're alleging to want to do, it's not something that sane people can comprehend. We have a very, very perfect, almost perfect constitution. But what's its relevance, and ina umuhimu gani kama the people who are supposed to implement it do not care about it? For a long time, we haven't cared about this country enough as a people, sisi wenyewe individually. It's time now that we create time in our personal lives, kila mmoja wetu, to do what is collectively ours. We must always remember that which we collectively share: our lands, our flag, our national anthem, our coastal beaches, the mountain. We have so much to be proud of, the Masai Mara. Our different languages and different dialects within the same languages, our cultures, our traditions. These are things we should never lose touch with. Kabsa. And I'd like to call upon the artists, because if we look at something that keeps fueling each and every revolution, it's revolutionary artists, especially poets and musicians. Tafadhalini. Let us our entertainment be centered about a better country, a better tomorrow. Thank you. Iende irudi. Anguka na.
I'm here. Yeah, thank you guys. Nimefurahia, your conversation is quite good. And I've been following, I've been listening, I've been speaking. And from the previous discussion that we had, I first of all congratulate you all because of what we did about Morala. I told that Toria that we had nothing to apologize to some individuals, and that's the spirit that we should have. Actually, I wrote in X, if you can goal. Actually, here we are discussing of people who have been terrorized in a way. Let me say that for the previous 4 months, we have been seeing some of Kenya. Actually, I can say that we happen to lose so many people. Far, but who are terrorizing them? Our senior. And you can see, as you say, someone say, I listen to them carefully. If Gachagua is to go, there is no way Gachagua is bad more than his boss. If you command me, it therefore mean I take the command from you. Simply mean, if Gachagua is to go, then Ruto must go. Because I don't see any good. I will always say, we were told that we shall have job. Na kweli, we don't have jobs. Na nikauliza the last time that we talked in X, is this a job that we are promised? That the youth will be always be silent. Ya wao wamejiangalilia tu. No. Nyamaza. That we youth are supposed to be united, and someone wrote somewhere we should forgive Osama. Actually, that is true. Mimi nasema hivyo. If someone see the mistake and correct, kosa si kosa, kosa ni kurudia kosa. That one I can just confirm that. But there are some people not all of us who are okay, we are not focused in the same way. Please. And I can just say, if we are here for just kind of that intention, you better quit us areas now. We need to be one. We need, this is not the like previous years. We are in a modern world where we should not be based about the tribal basis. Actually, ukiniangalia mimi, and maybe one of you have ever met him. Let me just give a story about Jani Chai. By the way, unaweza nipata ninazurura, niko raunda, niko Kariubangi, just say, because if someone promised you and that does not deliver, and the bad thing that he will tell you that we shall do it when he's in the church, centered in the front seat, person can deliver, yet only to find that it's just mere lies. Actually, in this far, we are at the eve of the term. The term is at the middle because it's 5 years. And in the ground, and to be sure of that, na ndio maana unaona Morara anashikwa because we don't know what will come forth. Hatujui. But if you remain focused, remain united and help one another, I think we can go far. And as one talk, actually, let him given a platform. Let him deliver the idea. That's the best way that we can move on. And actually, I can just say, forgiveness this is
After Shushu, let's have Patrick, then Diggy.
Yes, Farah. This is Farah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nyani hiyo system wa upgrade badala ya kuleta jina SHA. Nilisikia pia PS akisema watarun parallel hizo system za NHIF na SHA. Lose millions and millions of money. Na system ile walileta tena ikawa ina wizi mwingi sana, M-Pesa nini, mpaka wakaibadilisha tena. So this one NHIF, mtasikia ile kitu itakuja kufanyika hapa. Hii ni scandal wameleta tu ya kukula pesa. Kuona ugumu ile wangefanya badala ya kubadilisha jina SHA whatever nini na nini, waran tuna hiyo system ya NHIF, lakini wa upgrade, alafu kama kulikuwa na zile loopholes wa upgrade hizo loopholes na whatever na nini. So this one is impeachment, wacha walete katika county, we are ready. Kama wanasema Gachagua alitengeneza pesa ma billions of money, akanunua hoteli, sijui akafanya nini. Juzi wamevet ma CS, au ma CS unaangalia walitoa. Kama Gachagua, kama watakuja kwa ground, tunawangoja. Hata hawa CS walirudi within a period of 2 years, watu wako na mamilioni ya pesa. Gachagua before aingia kwa deputy president, hizi issue zote ni za kufunika macho tu. Impeachment, wacha walete impeachment kwa county.
Nilisikia speaker leo anasema kila MP atadili sababu anajua ile vitu wamefanya. So let them come on Friday, alafu tutadili na hawa. Thank you.
Digi, go ahead.
Yes, sijui kama nasikika.
Yeah, unasikika kabisa kabisa.
Yes, it is coming out to be a real movement. Ilianza tu kidogo kidogo, ndio inaendelea, and I only wanted to suggest we maximize on exposing the projects. There is sometimes a revolution if it is not utilized inaweza gonga mwamba. Ile ya mbeleni yenye tunaenda streets, tunakimbia hapa na pale, tunawekwa kotini nini, if it has no structure it is doomed to fail. I am happy now all these things is a political issues which can only be solved politically. So my suggestion is this: but there is still a very big population who are in the villages, and I like what the person was doing, going mtu wetu, akisikia tu mtu wetu ako kwa serikali, hiyo inaishi hapo. Haelewi kwamba kuna barabara hapa, pesa ilikuliwa. So now my people, I suggest we maximize we there is no alternative. So I suggest we use our energy in building this alternative solution, which is now, for now, I see the inject is now another solution. these ghost projects, these toll projects. One of the ways we can do, we can raise a banner, a launch. For example, if there's a road which was launched and it has tolled, and we have done research the amount of money which has been alafu ireisiwe kando na hiyo yenye ililonjiwa, alafu iwekwe crime scene, and then we put the details which was there. If, for example, the amount which was allocated, the name of the contractor, every county, I tell you, it will raise an alarm, which will now trigger a discussion towards that issue. So that then it will be an opportunity to tell them this MB is the one who was who stole this money. So we now put all the MPs or this politician in an awkward situation to take to represent other things, parties. So I think that is the best way we can do, so that we bring these people who are in the villages on our side. So that is my suggestion, and thank you for
Can you guys hear me? Because I couldn't hear Didi at the end. Okay. Waziri Mkuu, let's go. But before you go, I wanted to say, Didi, I don't agree with a bit of what you said, kwa sababu yes, we need to keep on unearthing